Good morning still. Thank you for joining. We are at a new trial today. Oh my gosh. We have a new one, and it is a local one for me. I live about an hour north of San Antonio, Texas, and this trial I had not heard about. And guess what? We're going to watch it today. I think I'm a day behind, but that's okay. This trial is the trial of ANDRES Tarnava. I guess that's how you say it. And all I know is that he allegedly ended a person's life and then set them ablaze. So we're going to go ahead and just hop in because I want to get this going. This is an interesting trial. I don't know where this is going to go. Y'all, for me, once again, this is the first time I'm hearing this.
To reduce bond
See.
filed by defense. So defense, these are your motions. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'll go ahead and call my client as a witness.
Okay. Have them come up here.
Oh.
Take a stand.
What? How is this? Well, we may have the wrong video. Let me get it back on me, and I will find the correct one. I'm sorry, I thought I had it. Let me look. It said it was 2 hours long. Okay, that was a prelim. Let me get to the actual trial. There we go. Play.
Knowingly caused the death of an individual, namely Marisol Klingelhofer, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Paragraph B. And on or about the 26th day of April 2021, Andres Perez Tarnava III, with intent to cause serious bodily injury to an individual, namely Marisol Klingelhofer, hereinafter referred to as complainant, did commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Marisol Klingelhofer by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, against the peace and dignity of the state.
All right, Mr. Tarnava, how do you plead to those charges? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, opposing counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case, in a nutshell, is about three things. He shot her in cold blood. He burned her remains in an attempt to distance himself from his crime, and he's guilty. In sum, those are the three things that the state of Texas is going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt through all of the evidence and all of the facts throughout the course of this trial. All of the elements that we discussed during jury selection and that my co-counsel, Mr. Van Sieven, just read out to you, we will prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And all that evidence is going to show that this man, Andres Tarnava, shot and killed Marisol Klingelhofer, the victim in this case, with a small .25 caliber pistol, shooting her multiple times. He then dragged her to his red GMC SUV, transported her to another property on the southwest side of Bexar County, right near the border, still in Bexar County, over by Atascosa. And there, he burned her remains in a steel barrel. The only things that would ultimately be able to be found of Marisol Klingelhofer, 2 bones. She was so badly burned. And that's what the state is going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Our first witness is going to be the next of kin, the victim's daughter. And she's going to get up on the stand and she's going to tell you how this whole story was set in motion. She reported her mother missing. Right? The last time she had seen her was about 4/25, April 25th of 2021. So she made a missing persons report about 12 days later on May 7th, because it's unusual for her not to see her mother. Her mother comes by, visits the grandchildren. It was unusual for her to be gone. So she made that report, and that was the first time that law enforcement would become involved in the disappearance and ultimately the murder of Marisol Klingelhofer. You will hear from some of these law enforcement officers how about a month later, reports started coming in from confidential informants, from snitches, from witnesses, that Marisol Klingelhofer would never be found again, that missing person was dead. And they started providing information as to who did it. And that is when the name of Andres Tarnava first came into the purview of law enforcement. You are going to hear how this information was forwarded to the Texas Rangers, and they investigated this case. And you're going to hear from those Rangers, Ranger Jesse Perez of the Texas Rangers and Ranger Brett Peters of the Texas Rangers. And they're going to take that stand and they're going to tell you exactly how they investigated this case, who they talked to, the evidence that they were able to gather, and how it led to the arrest of Andres Tarnava. You are going to hear from the deputies that executed that traffic stop.
It's still morning.
More on that later. That led to his arrest. Based on all the information that they had, the Rangers were able to procure a search warrant for the Fowler address where the remains of Marisol Klingelhofer were expected to be found based on all the information that they had, where the burning had taken place. And so a multi-agency task force was put together between the Department of Public Safety, the Texas Rangers, and the Bexar County Sheriff's Office to go to that property, set up a perimeter, and search for any evidence that could be found of this murder. While this was going on, law enforcement was tipped off that the defendant was coming back from Austin, hauling some tires in a trailer. So the Rangers, when they received this information, they told law enforcement officers of the Bexar County Sheriff's, find a reason to pull him over and execute a traffic stop. And sure enough, that's what happened, right? What we call a pretextual stop. Because the real reason we all know at that point was he was being looked at for that murder, right? But sure enough, Bexar County Sheriff's officers didn't have to wait very long. They tailed that vehicle and they found that the trailer he was hauling did not have a displayed license plate in the rear, which is Texas transportation code, right? You're supposed to have a rear license plate. And so the traffic stop begins. When they approach the trailer, they also see that the VIN numbers have been tampered with. There is no VIN number on that trailer. And you have to have a VIN number, right? A vehicle identification number, or VIN, right? And that's how you prove the ownership of something. That's how you tie it into the system and all that. That was missing. So ultimately, Andres Tarnava is arrested for suspicion of a stolen trailer and for tampering with the VIN number, right? And he gets transported to the Bexar County Jail, where he is housed for several hours until the Rangers conclude their investigation of the two properties involved in this case, as well as they apply for a search warrant for the red GMC that was allegedly involved in this case, and they search that. At the conclusion of all their search, right, because the Rangers wanted to have a complete picture of the case before they went in there and talked to the suspect, right? They want to know everything that there can be to know so that they can confront them with facts. And all this while, the defendant is sitting in an interview room at the Bexar County Jail. As you may or may not know, and the evidence will show you, interrogation rooms have cameras in them, right? And everything that goes on inside them is recorded. And in this case, you're going to be able to see that recording. You're going to see how Andres Tarnava was placed in that room, how he almost immediately falls asleep. You can hear him snoring on the video. And then about 5 hours later, the Rangers come in and they begin their interview of Andres Tarnava based on everything that they know at that point. He is immediately Mirandized. He's read his rights. He says he understands them. He waives them. He voluntarily talks to them and gives the story. During the course of this trial, you are also, we expect, going to hear from some eyewitnesses that were present on the Lucky Road address, southwest Bexar County, where the murder actually took place. We expect that some of those witnesses, we're going to be able to bring them before you, and you're going to hear exactly what they saw and exactly what this man did to Marisol Klingelhofer. How he arrived after he had been looking for her, how he drew his firearm, how he shot her multiple times, the way he dragged her. But, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, you're also going to have the very rare opportunity to hear exactly what happened from that man himself, from Andres Tarnava himself, who confessed to this crime. And if you recall during jury selection, the state of Texas doesn't have to prove to you the why something happens, but we expect that the evidence in this case is going to make it amply obvious why this crime happened. And again, as the saying goes, you're going to hear it directly from the horse's mouth, Andres Tarnava, who during the course of that interview is going to tell you that the reason why he killed Marisol Klingelhofer in cold blood and dragged her body and burned it was because he believed that she had stolen his late father's military ID card and social security number or card some time prior. How he had been looking for her to teach her a lesson. How he found her and did just that. And most shockingly still, perhaps, you're going to hear his utter lack of remorse for what he did. At one point in that video, you will hear Ranger Pettit ask him, "Do you even feel sorry?" And he says, "Hell no. I'm going to find her in hell, and I'm going to burn her again."
Oh my God. Y'all.
You're going to hear how, when they searched the Fowler Road address, they located a steel barrel and a burn pit. You're going to hear how there were reports. Law enforcement officers had responded to that address around April 26th of 2021. Unbeknownst to them, they thought it was like an illegal burning, right? An illegal burning. They didn't know they were looking for a body at that time, right? And you're going to hear how that was actually investigated on 426. In the remains of that barrel and in the ashes, they locate 2 human bones. And we're going to be bringing to you some anthropologists from the University of North Texas. They're going to come in and they're going to tell you all about the science that goes into these things and how they can distinguish between animal bones and human bones. And they're going to tell you that these were human bones. What you are not going to be able to hear, and this is as a result of these bones being so expertly and thoroughly burned, is that any DNA could be extracted from them as a result of that calcification, of that burning. But confirmed human remains, exactly where witnesses and exactly where Andres Tarnava said they would be found as a result of the killing and burning of Marisol Klingelhofer.
Wow.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is all of the things that I expect you will see throughout the course of this case. And that is why, when all the evidence is before you, and you've had the opportunity to see it and hear it for yourselves, the state of Texas is going to ask you to return the only true verdict in this case that will be supported beyond a reasonable doubt by all of the facts and evidence. And that is that Andres Tarnava is guilty of the killing of Marisol Klingelhofer. Thank you.
All right, defense, did you wish to make an opening now or reserve?
We're reserved.
You got it. Hey, witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls to the stand Ms. Priscilla Gonzalez.
Yeah, is there any other witnesses in the courtroom?
Maybe explain to our
Sure. Absolutely. Or if you want to bring them up, I'll swear them all and then I'll explain. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hands. Listen, the rule's been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to talk about the case with each other. All right, you can't like rush back there. Oh, this is what they asked and stuff like that. You're allowed to talk to the lawyers on both sides. All right, they might ask you questions or something like that, but you can't talk amongst yourselves about what happens in this courtroom. So when he testifies, you can't be in the courtroom and vice versa. When he testifies, you can't be in the courtroom. And that goes for all witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. They're not allowed to share information with each other. The rule's been invoked, okay? Okay. All right, which one's first, guys?
Priscilla Gonzalez, Your Honor.
Oh, well, neither one of these is
No,
first. All right, guys, you can wait outside. Just don't talk about the case, all right? Thank you, sir.
Y'all, I don't remember hearing about this case, and it's in my neck of the woods. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, Your Honor. Ms. Jimenez is located. Ms. Gonzalez.
I don't know how this is going to go, but he admitted to doing
See,
this.
it's not always my fault. This is evidence of that.
How is everybody doing today, Miss Karen and Miss Orchid? How are you? I know we're still having some Discord issues, but guess what? That's okay. That's life. I'm not upset. It is what it is. I had internet issues earlier today. Something happened and they had been working on the internet line and I didn't know about it. And so they had were turning it off and on. I don't know, but long story short, I kept losing my feed, so I had to stop what I was doing and started something else, and it's just been a hot mess today. I hope the people on Discord don't think I'm cray-cray because I'm a little more organized than that. And of course, my hearing aid battery goes down in the middle of a feed, but that's okay. I can just pop a new one in and work it out. But anyway, I may have to resync. I am going to have to resync. No, it says I'm connected. Come on, turn on. Wonderful. Let's see if I got sound now. I should. Did they turn off the sound court? Do we have no audio in court? Testing. 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 Oh, there I am. Oh, I got to reconnect. I accidentally disconnected myself. Accidentally. Okay. Yep, I'm good. Okay. So, this sounds interesting. So basically he ended life and decided to have a bonfire with her. How horrible. Ugh. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. Um, Toxic Orchid, I just want to say thank you guys so much for really working hard over there on Patreon. I greatly appreciate you guys. I know that it's been difficult with me. I am so sorry that I'm the difficult one. And he admitted it. I know. Look at that, y'all. You can come join us there. Let me put it in the chat so y'all can just hop on and visit us over there and join. It's a fabulous place. Oh my gosh. If you want anything to do with work and anything that's right now, go there and you can find everything you need. Everything you want. Fabulous, fabulous community. And I don't know if y'all can see those guys. Or if any favors, and then I got the multi-pack from my Richmond. I love this one. This cat copy from Richmond Homestead. And right now I'm currently drinking the pack. Very good. Very good flavor. This is really good. It's cutting in and out. Is that better? Is that better? Testing. Testing. Why is it cutting in and out? Karen, is this better? We're going to zoom in.
If you could you?
How is it low? I'm on the mic.
Your biological mom?
My biological mom.
Okay. Do you have any children, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
And would Ms. Klingelhofer be their grandmother?
Yes.
If you could you describe what sort of relationship you had to Marisol?
We were in contact on a daily. We were very close. She was grandmother to my children. We were just on each other's daily task life.
So would it be fair to say, Ms. Gonzalez, that you saw Marisol often?
Yes.
Do you remember sometime back in 2021 where that stopped being true, where you didn't see mom for a while?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that came about?
We, the last day we saw each other was when I had taken her to her doctor's appointment, and her purse was left in my car. And she calls me the next day and tells me, we need to see each other because you have my purse. And we also had planned to see each other a couple of days later for my birthday. And I called her and she wouldn't answer because we were supposed to meet at a certain time. that afternoon. I called her the next day. The phone was complete. It wouldn't ring. It was off. And it continued off for the next couple of days. And she missed my birthday as well. We were supposed to meet for dinner.
So let me ask you about that, Ms. Gonzalez. When is your birthday?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes, ma'am. When is your birthday? What date?
April 30th?
April 30th. So fair to say then that this was happening around April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember more or less a specific date when the last time you saw Marisol took place?
I believe it was the 26th or the 27th.
Okay. And then you were telling us about how she had left her purse in your car,
That's correct.
and you had made plans to see her, to return that purse. Did that ever take place?
No.
And you said she missed your birthday on the 3rd.
Yes.
Was this unusual behavior for Marisol to go missing without a word?
Absolutely. Her phone being off was unusual.
Did this make you worried?
Absolutely.
So what did you do?
I picked up a police report.
And when you say picked up a police report, what do you mean?
I called 911 and picked up a missing person report.
Do you remember about more or less when you did that?
The day after Mother's Day.
Day after Mother's Day. Okay. So you brought it to law enforcement's attention that you thought it was weird that your mom was missing.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you eventually find out, Ms. Gonzalez, what happened to mom?
Yes.
And how did you find out?
It was live on Facebook.
So you were seeing live updates on Facebook as to the case?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what ultimately happened to your mother?
Technical based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
I'll ask it this way, I suppose. Upon seeing the news, did you expect to see your mother ever again?
Objection, leading.
That's overruled. You can answer that if you can.
No, because before I filed the missing police report, I went looking for her where she was living, and everybody denied where she was at.
Non-responsive, please call for hearsay.
That's sustained. Just do me a favor. Just listen to his question. Answer only his question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're doing great. Just relax. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. And obviously, Ms. Gonzalez, you've never testified
That's why
before.
you're
I imagine,
telling
right?
me. The last
Okay, you might
moment.
be a bit nervous.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ms. Gonzalez. When I asked if you expected to see mom ever again, your answer was?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had gone to the address where she was staying. Do you recall what that address was?
No, but it was on Fowler Road.
On Fowler?
Fowler.
And to your knowledge, Ms. Gonzalez, is Fowler Road in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Okay.
She's really struggling, poor baby.
Let me ask you this question, Ms. Gonzalez. Did you ever have occasion to meet an individual by the name of ANDRES Tarnava?
Yes.
How did that come about?
He gave my mom a ride to my house.
So he drove Marisol Klingelhofer, your mom, to your house.
Yes.
At that time, were you able to get a look at it?
Yes.
Can you describe what the weather conditions or the time of day might have been like?
It was day, it was hot, and it was in the summer.
Was there anything that would have obscured your vision or made it difficult to see or anything along those lines?
No.
Were you able to get a good look at Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Gonzalez. Is Andres Tarnava present in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
And could you describe him by something he might be wearing?
Gray suit, I think. White
Okay.
stripes.
And that's the man that you saw dropping your mom off at some point in time at your house.
Yes.
And obviously, this stands to reason that it was before she went missing.
Right.
Do you recall about how long before?
Maybe about 4 weeks.
So about 4 weeks prior to her disappearance. Did you ever meet him in person, or did you see him from far away?
It was not far away, but yes, I didn't get to meet him, but I saw him up close.
And how did you come to learn his name?
My mom wanted me to meet him.
Based on hearsay,
Without telling us, I'll withdraw the question and rephrase, Justin.
All right.
Were you able to learn what his name was?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to learn how he was involved with your mom or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The state will pass the witness at this time.
Defense, hang on. Young lady, they might have some questions for you.
Go ahead.
Poor baby. That is so hard.
just a few questions, ma'am. One, you testified that that my client actually transported your mom to your house, correct?
Yes.
Were you weren't in, if they were in a vehicle, you weren't in the vehicle with them, right?
Correct.
Now, the vehicle arrives at your house. Did you see the vehicle as it arrived at your house?
Yes.
So you were front porch, inside, looking out a window, which was it?
I was inside looking for my cameras, and I saw them arriving, pulling into the driveway. And I step outside to meet them before they even parked.
And it's fair to say that you didn't have a conversation with my client, did you?
No.
No. Do you recall how long he was there?
Can you repeat that again?
How long was he at your house?
15 to 20 minutes.
Did this lawyer not prepare questions? Oh my God! I had a fire under his butt. I would think you knew he was going to be here. Why did you not have questions prepared?
Okay.
Stand up.
State?
Yes, Judge, just very briefly on redirect Ms. Gonzalez. Do you recall what kind of vehicle Andres Tarnava was driving when he dropped off your mom at your house?
An SUV. Believe it was like a dark blue or black. I can't remember, but
Dark in color?
yes, it was dark in color.
Now, Ms. Gonzalez, I believe, if you recall, you also provided a picture to the DA's office of your mom. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
let me show you what has been marked as, for identification purposes, as State's Exhibit number 24, Ms. Gonzalez. Would you kindly take a look at State's 24 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
Picture of my mom and me.
Your mom and you. So this lady here is you,
Yes.
and then this is your mom?
Yes.
Is this a fair?
Sorry, he's leading.
That's over routine.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember your mom to look like?
Yes.
When was this picture taken, Ms. Gonzalez?
Early that year. I want to say February.
So sometime prior.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer State's 24 into evidence entering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We're first, State.
Or you can object from there.
I think it's more appropriate if I approach.
Guys, we had UPS come in. Shocker. I thought they weren't delivering today. Okay, so we have a little. Okay, this is interesting. He admitted to doing it, but yet there's still a trial. I don't know. I don't know anything about this case, y'all. It is totally new to me. I just heard about it this morning and thought, we don't have anything going on today. Let's take a look. I used to live in San Antonio. I was there from 81 to 99. And so I have a lot of roots there. So I live about an hour and a half from there now. So this is an interesting case I think I'm going to follow in between the Karen Reed. And then we're going to also be following the phase. What is it? Can I get to it? Oh, there it is. The Cape Coral double murders. I call him Joker phase. It's Wade Wilson. His sentencing phase has started, and we will be covering that as well. So between the Karen Reed, we got other stuff to go to. Maybe doing.
And permission to close, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 24 is received in evidence.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm going to show on this Elmo projector State's Exhibit number 24. Can you describe what we are seeing in this picture, Ms. Gonzalez?
That's me and my mom, and I'm giving her a ride.
I'm going to point to the right side of the image to a lady in glasses. Who is it?
That's me.
And then on the left side of the image, who is this?
My mother.
Oh,
Now, Ms. Gonzalez, obviously we see some hearts above the head of your mom, right? Why are those there?
she's a lover. She's my mom.
I took that filter. I used that filter because I love her, and I was showing her that we have a good bond.
Fair enough. So is this like a Snapchat filter or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so obviously they are physically present on the image, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You did that. Yeah, you did that, dude. Brave young woman.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The state will pass the witness.
That's good. No further questions. All right. You may step down. Take care of yourself, please.
Good job.
P-R-I.
And may she be released from.
Let her spell her name for the court report first.
L-O-A. And the Gonzalez with the S or Z?
Who?
Yeah, she's been subpoenaed, right? So she's available if we need her. But yeah, she can go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to do something outside your presence real quick. Well, I say real quick, don't hold me to it that much, but I know the judge, I saw you taking notes. I know she probably instructed you the other day about note taking, and you're allowed to do it, but you can't take it back with you during deliberations and things of that nature. Look, obviously, this is being live streamed and kind of stuff like that, all right? You're not going to be on. That's one of the rules. The jurors are not. But don't look at anything, don't talk to anybody, don't research anything, okay? We'd have to start all over again, so just, but I will give you enough time if you need to go get a cup of coffee, like I'm gonna go get stuff like that before we begin again. So you got a good 15 minutes, okay? So go do that and then go back to the room and the bailiffs will come get you when we're ready for you again, all right? All right, for the juror, please bring your up.
So we're going to zoom to him. Oh, didn't mean to do that. What did I do? Let me get me on there and I'll fix it. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pause. I want to get everybody back on. There we go. Here we go. If I can get this little nod, I don't appreciate it. I can't imagine poor baby. This court reporter, she is totally encased in this thing right here. She can do nothing.
I see. Good morning.
Morning.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, keep your voice up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, state.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Aaron Garza.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police lieutenant for the city of Hondo.
Okay. And how long have you been a lieutenant with the city of Hondo?
A little over a year and a half.
What did you do before you worked for the Hondo PD?
Before that, I worked for the Medina.
My son had to tell me something and I missed it. So let's go back and grab it. I apologize. I totally missed everything of what he said. And why are you doing this? No! Okay, guys. This is irritating. Let me kind of see if I can stream it this way, kind of get it to fix. Play, come on. Play. Sometimes if you go back to where you've already played, there we go. And then I'm gonna. The internet has been a little bit iffy today. I do apologize for that. It's irritating. I mean, nothing I can do about it. Did y'all catch his name, anybody? No? Okay. All right. We're going to let it spin for a minute, let it do its job. I apologize. Nothing I can do. The internet has been crazy. But what in the heck is going on? I'm trying, y'all. I don't think you need to see me pedaling. I'm going to go ahead and do my commercial real quick. We need to do that. And then hopefully by then I'll have it fixed. I really do apologize, guys. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month. either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Well, I got it. Let's go. Let's see if I can hear it. I'm not going to mess with it, y'all. I ain't messing with it. I don't want to get myself in trouble. Oh my gosh, y'all. Yeah. Okay. Did that what I needed to do. Oh, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Raise your right hand.
Thank
Swear
you.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, keep your voice up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, state.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Aaron Garza.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police lieutenant for the city of Hondo.
Okay. And how long have you been a lieutenant with the city of Hondo?
A little over a year and a half.
What did you do before you worked for the Hondo PD?
Before that, I worked for the Medina County Sheriff's Office. I was an sergeant investigator.
How long were you an investigator with the Medina County Police or Sheriff's Department?
A little over 3.5 years.
I believe I called you as deputy. I should have called you as lieutenant, so I apologize.
That's fine.
Did you do anything before you were with the Medina Sheriff's Office?
I worked in the Medina County Jail.
How long are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Over 10 years.
Okay. And has all of that been with Medina County and the city of Hondo?
8 of those years were with Medina County. Actually, 9 years were with Medina County, and then the year and a half with Hondo Police Department. So all in Medina County, yes.
When you were working as a sergeant investigator with the Medina County Sheriff's Department, what were your duties?
My duties at the time were I was a narcotics investigator. However, Medina County's our agency at the time was fairly small, so I was assigned to narcotics. However, I did criminal investigations such as property crimes, violent crimes, just pretty much anything that came across our table.
And
I like
while you were working as a sergeant investigator with Medina County Sheriff's, did you have an occasion to learn the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
What was the context in which you learned that?
I've received a tip that she had possibly been murdered.
Okay. So after receiving that information about a possible homicide, did you learn, and I don't want you to say anything that any tipster told you specifically, did you learn the identity of any other individuals who may have been related to that crime?
Yes.
What individuals did you come across through that, through those means? Your Honor, it's information I'm not offering to the truth of matters.
Well, it's not relevant.
I'm sorry?
He's not all.
Is your objection that it's hearsay or that it's not relevant?
There's both.
For both? All right.
Hearsay and irrelevant.
They're both overruled.
What was the name of the individual that you learned was associated with that potential crime?
The name that I was given was a nickname Zeta, but the possible first name of Andrew.
And through your investigation, did you learn
Trying to get these closed
the
captions.
full name of the individual who may have been associated with those nicknames?
Yes.
Again, he's going to testify in terms of what he learned. It will be hearsay, not right confrontation.
So we're already.
And you're saying it's not to offer for the truth of the matter asserted just how he did his investigation?
Correct.
All right, so your objection's overruled.
What was that name?
ANDRES Tarnava.
When you learned the name of Andres Tarnava associated with this potential offense, what did you do next?
I contacted the buddy of mine that works for Bear County Sheriff's Office, who works South Patrol, Edward Robledo, and informed him of the information I received. He then contacted somebody from Bear County. I'm not sure who he exactly contacted.
In terms of what another officer did, who he contacted, the hearsay.
Well, he's not testifying to what the
Well,
officer
in
said.
terms of be saying what this officer did, based on speculation, that he
Well,
is
I don't know that. Just ask another question, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. When did this all happen?
This happened on or about the 25th day of May, 2021.
Saw you look down. Do you have a copy of the report you prepared in front of you?
I do.
All right. Now I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Stage 3. Is this another copy of the same report that you've been referring to refresh your memory?
Yes, it is.
That was a good order, that's right there.
Your Honor, I would offer Stage 3 for record purposes only.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That's a good catch.
I would offer Stage 3 for record purposes only.
Our matter to assist any testimony, just for that purpose, for that reason, I have no objection to it. Just want to make sure it's not.
Hey, no, sit down.
Evidence.
Certainly.
I don't understand what you mean by record purposes.
Amelia approach. It's been practice in this court.
Y'all. The defense attorney is already rubbing me raw. He seems rambly. He doesn't, to me, feel prepared. I don't know. Maybe I'll grow to like him. I don't know. But this case, this particular, the prosecution definitely is together, but the defense attorney should have had questions prepared for the previous witness. Shouldn't be sitting there. Did you, in any way, were you possibly in the car? That is not a prepared attorney at all. I don't understand.
Record for appellate purposes, that's something you don't need to worry about. I'm going to overrule that. So it's not going to be offered for anything. It's not in evidence. You're not going to see it. He can refer to it to refresh his recollection as the rules of evidence allow, and then he can testify, and that's what you're to center what you hear on, not on a report. And he certainly, Mr. Cornelius Cox and Bridget Garza will have a copy of it to cross-examine when the time is appropriate, okay? So it is not received in evidence.
Yes, sir.
That's clear.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, that's I like this judge.
With the last question I asked you, Lieutenant Garza, was
How's
when
the volume
all
level
of this
for
that
you
you
guys?
testified
Loud?
happened in this case took place.
On or about the 25th day of May, 2021.
Okay. Now, after you referred this information, which you testified you referred this information to Bexar County Homicide, were you contacted by any individuals from Bexar County Homicide or any other law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Who contacted you with regard to this information?
I was contacted by a whole unit. It was Bexar County's homicide unit, Bexar County's missing persons unit, along with the Texas Rangers Division.
And what was the name of the individual ranger that contacted you on this matter?
The primary ranger that I spoke with regarding this investigation was Jesse Bettis.
And after this investigation was in the hands of the Rangers and homicide, did you conduct any further investigation for your part?
No, sir.
Ask the witness, sir.
Mr. Cox?
No question.
You may step down. Lieutenant, right?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. You take care of yourself.
Yes, sir.
State calls DPS Special Agent Ramiro. Nada. Your Honor, Naval Lieutenant, be excused.
Oh, yeah, the prior lieutenant, yeah, you come up here. Yeah, the prior lieutenant can be excused. Have a seat, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes,
All
sir. I
right,
do.
thank you very much, sir. Speak up into that microphone so these folks can hear you. Go ahead, state.
Agent Nava, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Romero Nava. I'm employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division and as a special agent.
How long have you been a special agent with CID?
I've been a special agent for 7 years, employed with the department for 19 years.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir, I am.
Has your entire service as a peace officer been with the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, sir.
When you were working with the
I
Criminal
missed the
Investigation Division, did you happen to learn the name of an individual named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you learn that name?
I received information about a missing persons report I believe it was on May 18th. From there, I started doing my investigation, and it led to where we're at now.
Who did you receive that information regarding the missing person from?
Initially, another law enforcement officer, and then I received a missing report from Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Do you remember who had prepared that missing person report?
It was the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
Once I confirmed Marisol was a missing person, I did my online database checks, and at that point, in CID, in the Criminal Investigations Division, anytime there's possible foul play or may lead to a homicide, we have to notify the Texas Rangers Division by policy.
Did you do so?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you contact at the Texas Rangers?
I contacted Ranger Brett Peters.
And after contacting Ranger Brett Peters, who took over this investigation?
The Texas Rangers Division, Ranger Peters.
Did you do anything else with regard to this investigation on your own as an investigator for DPS?
No, sir, I didn't.
That's the way to do it.
That's, excuse me.
Sir, did you, if I may,
Yes, sir.
did you write a report?
No, sir, I did not.
Actually,
No further questions.
All right, special agent. You take care of yourself. Stay well, all right?
Thank you, sir.
And may Agent Nava be excused.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, our next witness, the state will call Mr. Ruben Arguello, and if we might approach very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
Yeah, we're going to have a spelling on that one. I am not good at spelling Hispanic names, and it's not to be disrespectful by any means. I just can't. I'm not good at it. I just ain't good at it. I am very bad with spelling with my dyslexia. We're going to have a lot of quick witnesses, I believe. Yeah, they are. They're just following up the chain of who called who, but I don't think this is going to be a long case, considering the fact that he actually admitted to part of this. Why, if there's an admission, are we actually in trial? I love this music. Oh, they lowered the audio at the request of the court. Oh, really? Thank you. What about the deaf community out there or hard of hearing who struggle to hear?
Believe all, what, or anything they said, all right? As any witness, all right? So this individual obviously is in custody. Nobody's hiding that from you. They're going to bring him out of the holdover, and he's going to testify here like any other witness would. However, I have appointed Adam LaHood. He's a local defense attorney. Who's nice enough to help out, and that's just to advise this young man that everybody has a Fifth Amendment right not to testify, not to say anything that might incriminate them on any matters, whether it be involving this case or any other case, frankly. So he's a really good lawyer. So he can advise this young man whether or not he feels like he should answer the questions asked upon him or something like that. So just so you know where we're at, okay? So they're going to bring him out now and put him here. He's going to swear. I'm going to put him under oath, and then we'll go from there, just so you know what's going on.
Judge,
Yeah.
speak to him just very briefly.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. Absolutely. Just a couple minutes, yeah. And then I'll let you go to lunch at the appropriate time if we get done.
Y'all, that attorney, and I have seen this. I knew he looked familiar when I was coming through. This attorney is on Judge Boyd's feet all the time, and the recovery addict, and a lot of people watch her. She's in my neck of the woods. I do want to go sit in her court one day. I'm going to try and find a really cool trial to go and sit into court. I maybe get to visit with her for a minute because I am wanting to go into law. I know someone says, aren't you a little crazy to go into law at your age? I'm like, be please. I'm only 53. I live like my papa. I'm going to be 90. No, definitely doing criminal justice. Get back to us in that, and then we will revisit the plan for law school. I know it's very difficult, and I know it's amazingly hard. But either that, or I'm going to go ahead and go for a full PhD in criminal justice, something along the lines of that. But yeah, people. That's why everything's so crooked. That explains it. There we go. My desk was crooked. So, this lawyer cracked me up over on Jake Floyd's channel. He is funny. He is.
We're good? All right, what's his name?
Judge, the witness's name is Ruben Arguello.
All right, Mr. Arguello.
Yes, sir.
Come on up here, sir, with me.
How do you spell that?
Your Honor, where would you like me to sit?
Oh, right next to him, madam, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Right over here, Mr. Arguello. Have a seat right over here,
Spell
sir.
that. Yes, I've seen him on Judge Boyd's docket. Arguello, how do you spell that?
Have a seat, sir.
You're gonna do this. Poor guy. Not poor guy. You put it.
All right, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. That microphone will move, Mr. Arguello, so if you need to get closer to it, you can move it, okay?
Yes,
Make
sir.
sure these folks hear what you have to say. Hey, if there's anything that you want to talk to your lawyer about, don't be shy. You just ask me and you can talk to him, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, state.
Yes, Judge, may it please the court.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Arguello.
Good morning.
Ask what was
I guess before we get started, my name is Raul Jordan. I'm an assistant district attorney here in Bear County. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you and I, let me ask you this actually, Mr. Arguello. Would you kindly bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Yes, sir.
There we go, so we can better hear.
Mm-hmm.
You and I have never really spoken before, have we?
No, sir.
In fact, I think I talked to you maybe for like 2.5 minutes while you were sitting out here earlier today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, Mr. Arguello, you are wearing an orange jumpsuit. You're in custody, right?
Yes, sir.
We're not really going to go into any details as to why, but, without telling us any facts of the offense or anything along those lines, is it true that you have a motion to revoke probation out of the 144th District Court?
Yes, sir.
And that is for a possession less than 1 gram of drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now,
Mr.
drugs and you.
Arguello, would you kindly tell us how old you are, sir?
Why did you not
52
appear?
years
I'm sorry?
old. 52?
52. Do you live in Bear County?
Yes, sir. I live in Atascosa.
Atascosa. And is that inside Bear County?
I think it's outside Bear County.
Okay, and that's where you're presently living.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where you were staying at or residing on or about April of 2021?
At my sister's house.
Your sister's house.
Well, it's my mom's house.
It was your mom's house.
Yes, sir. She passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr.
Yes,
Arguello. Where was that property located?
It's over by Atascosa, by Fowler. Yeah.
Fowler Road.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, sir, is Fowler Road in Bear County, Texas?
It's in Atascosa County.
You think it's in Atascosa?
It is in Atascosa County.
Fair enough. To your knowledge.
Yes,
But
sir.
it does.
Okay, not to
walk
worry,
in
Mr. Arguello.
County.
Okay. Mr. Arguello, did you have, actually, let's address your history a little bit before we get into the facts. Is it true, Mr. Arguello, that you have a prior conviction in 2022 for misdemeanor theft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a Class B misdemeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it true that in 2021 you have a conviction for possession of a drug less than 1 gram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that's it. Okay, so let me ask you, Mr. Arguello, if we can go back to about April of 2021, you told the jury that you were living on a property that belonged to your late mother.
Yes, sir.
On Fowler Road, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At around that time, Mr. Arguello, did you have occasion to learn or know a person by the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
What was your relationship to Marisol Klingelhofer?
She's a friend of mine.
Friend of yours?
Yes, sir.
Oh, they have.
Were you involved with her in any way romantically?
No, sir.
No.
Just a friend. That's it.
Fair enough. So you weren't dating or anything like that?
Just
No,
a
sir.
friend.
It's going to be a little bit of a crash question, but were you having sex with her?
No, sir. We just drink and smoke, and she would drink out smoke, and that's it. We'll just
Oh
talk
my
and
gosh,
shit.
why would they ask
Okay, so just
that?
friends, you would hang out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why would they be
On or
asking?
about, actually, let me ask you this. Do you know an individual by the name of ANDRES Tarnava?
Yes, sir.
How do you know this individual?
He's my brother's from school. They both went to school with my little brother named Roger.
I didn't quite catch that. So would you kind
Can
of,
you
Yes, sir.
just move that whole thing closer to it? There you go. I know it's kind of, yeah,
Yes, sir.
there you go.
He went to school with my brother Roger.
so Andres Tarnava went to school with your brother Roger.
Yes, sir.
What is Roger, your brother's full name?
Roger at the wheel.
Roger Arguello. Was Mr. Arguello, your brother, Ruben, also staying at the Fowler Out address around April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know Andres Tarnava because he knows your brother.
Yes, sir. They went to school together.
Fair enough. Let me ask you this, Mr. Arguello. Is Andres Tarnava present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
And would you kindly point him out and describe him by something that he might be wearing?
He's wearing glasses and he's sitting on that side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arguello. On or about April 26th of 2021, Mr. Arguello, did you witness
Oh,
this man, Andres Tarnava,
Daddy
do
was unhappy
something
now.
to Marisol Klingelhofer?
Urchin.
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of walk us through what you saw and what he did?
From the beginning or?
From the beginning, yes, sir.
Shit. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, but we're
He's
just,
apologizing
I don't know where to
to
start, but
Let me ask you this, let's break it down. Where were you right before it happened?
we're sitting in the trucks while I was smoking, she was drinking, we're laughing, we're having a good time. And it was a truck that a friend of mine brought. He brought out our vehicles. We're smoking, drinking, talking in the truck. And Andres comes, and then I don't know, he was talking to somebody. I couldn't hear him because I was at the truck, but I could see him. And then he went back out and he left, and then he came back again. And then he was talking again, and I don't know what they said. And then so I'm going toward the truck. And when he was going toward the truck, I saw him pull out something. And it looked like a gun to me, so I got off and I ran. She stayed in the truck, I don't know why. And that's when he opened and he shot her twice.
No.
Okay, so let's break that down.
What?
You were in the vehicle with Marisol Klingelhofer at this time.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a Ford Explorer.
Ford Do
Yes,
you
sir.
remember the color?
Green.
A green Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
Were you guys
I know
sitting in
my
the front
bingo card.
seat, back seat? Where were you located?
In the back seat.
Back seat.
Because the truck was tinted windows, dark tinted.
The truck had tinted windows.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said you were smoking and drinking.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle Andres Tarnava was driving?
I really don't want to describe. I mean, it just, I don't know the vehicle, but it was like a red one or a boom.
Red or maroon?
something.
Was it a small car or a big car?
It was a big truck.
Okay, so not like a sedan.
It was like a
Wow.
Suburban.
Okay, so a big Suburban, okay. Now you describe how at one point he went back and he came back with what you believe to be a gun.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe that firearm?
It's a small 22, I think it was.
So it's small.
Yes, sir.
How could you tell?
Is it in a small case?
It was in a small case,
Yeah, and a kind of tan case that he had.
a tan case.
When he opened it up, I saw it.
And when you say case, is it like a holster or like a box?
Like a box.
Okay. And you saw him draw that fire.
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you saw the fire?
I took off.
You took off running.
Yes, sir.
Where was Marisol when you ran?
In the backseat of the truck.
Did you, you described for the jury having heard something. What did you hear?
I heard her say, no, no, and then he shot her once, and she started yelling again, and he shot her a second time. I didn't hear no more voice or
You heard someone say, no, no. Who was that?
my soul.
And when she was saying those things, was she excited, upset, scared?
Scared.
Okay. And then you heard 2 shots.
Yes, sir. The last one, I didn't hear her voice no more.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
No, sir, because the truck has tinted windows.
Okay.
I could only hear her voice.
After this event happened, Mr. Arguello, did you have an opportunity to come across Andres Tarnava again?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
He started bringing his stuff that he burned her with to drop it at my house. So you can blame me and my brother for it.
Now you say he started bringing stuff that he burned her with. How did you know that he had burned Marisol Klingelhofer?
Does that help him?
Because he told me he cut her up.
He told you.
He burned her and burned her.
He told you that he cut her up and burned her.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Did he say anything else to you?
He tried to kill me and my brother, so he have no more witnesses.
Were you in fear for your life?
Yes, sir. I left my house and I went to go hide for a little while until I found out.
And were you in fear for your life because of the threats that Andres Tarnava was making?
That's sustained. Don't leave your witness.
Fair enough. Let me ask it this way, Mr. Arguello. Why were you afraid for your life?
Because my family, my nephew, my nieces, everybody lives in that house.
Did Andres Tarnava do or say anything to make you afraid for your life?
He just trying to kill me and my brother. He said that he hated his aunt. As soon as his grandma would die, that he was going to kill her too.
Oh, snap.
Did you ever come to learn why Andres Tarnava did this to Marisol Klingelhofer, sir? Did you ever know why he did this?
I don't know, because she would leave with him, and I told her not to go, and she would go with him. And then she didn't want to go with him anymore. And I was wondering why she didn't want to go with him anymore.
Now you mentioned, Mr. Arguello, that the defendant told you what he had done with the body of Marisol Klingelhofer. Did he tell you where he burned the body?
In the back of his house.
In the back of his house. And do you know where he was staying?
With his, I don't know if it was his grandma's or his aunt's house, but he was staying at the house by Lucky Road.
Lucky Road.
He
Yes, sir.
is
Okay.
a psychopath. Dang.
And then is that southeast of San Antonio near Lytle?
Yes, sir.
I used to live near Lytle. I lived north, south, east, and west of San Antonio. I even lived in the barrios of San Antonio. Yeah, I know I'm talking like it. That's how I talk. But yes, I lived
Mr. Arguello,
all over San Antonio. Lived there.
based on what you witnessed, did you see or did Marisol Klingelhofer have any weapons?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did she have a knife, a gun, anything?
No, sir.
Did she make any threats to Andres Tarnava before he shot her?
No, sir. Oh, he would tell me that he wanted to kill her because she stole his dad.
That's not responsible.
And I think you misunderstood my question, Mr. Rodriguez. I said that she, Marisol Klingelhofer, made any threats towards Andres Tarnava.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arguello. The state will pass the witness.
Defense?
Good morning, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
have can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Just I have a few questions for you. Anytime you don't understand the question, you need to repeat it, just let me know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
One reason why they probably don't stand up, the courtrooms are small.
Now, you testify from time to time that you had certain offenses, you committed certain offenses with drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your drug of choice, what is it?
Okay, I'm going to pause this. Where is the deputy that's supposed to be sitting behind this man? Yeah, this isn't right. This man is supposed to have a deputy behind him, especially with the charges. I'm perplexed. Come on, Bear County, get your crap together. They're making me uncomfortable. And this lawyer,
My drug choice is
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
my drug choice is marijuana.
Marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Would you use things other than marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like what?
Ice,
I'm sorry?
methamphetamine.
You want to get closer, you can, Cornelius, if you'd like. You said methamphetamine, but he's hard to hear.
Yeah,
Just
ice.
speak up a little if you don't mind.
Ice.
Yeah, you're fine.
You said, was it ice? Ice?
Yes, sir.
oh, dang.
For lay people, when you talk about ice, what type of drug?
The deputy may be
You
sitting.
talking about meth or?
Yeah, meth.
Some of them don't want to be on camera. That may be it.
And you say that you use marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he may have a physical problem.
Fair to say that you use marijuana a lot?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you use marijuana, do you lace it with anything? Do you put anything
No, sir.
on it? Just
marijuana.
Just marijuana.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. During your testimony, I think on more than one occasion, you testified that you would be drinking, correct?
No, I don't drink. She drinks.
Okay, she would drink.
Yes, sir. I would
Okay.
smoke.
Okay. And do you know what she would be drinking?
Anything that's had alcohol.
I'm sorry?
Anything that had alcohol.
Anything that had alcohol. And you would
I
be
come
smoking.
Yes, I'll smoke weed.
Okay, you smoking weed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're talking about a joint, more than a joint.
More than a joint.
And you would just constantly smoke weed, correct?
Yes, sir.
To
calm me down.
Sorry?
To relax me.
To relax.
Yes, sir.
Do you smoke weed to the point where you get high?
Yes.
Okay. Are there limits in terms of how high you would get? To a certain point, you can't get any higher or higher?
You can't get any higher once you smoke so much. You can't get any more higher than what you want.
Okay.
It's not like alcohol. Alcohol, you can drink a lot of beer and you get drunk. And you can pass out and still be driving.
So with the weed or marijuana, you smoke it, you get high. When you get high, do you sometimes
probably
hallucinate?
getting high, so
No, sir.
You never see anything or feel
you
something?
may
that
have a
time?
back injury on
No, I don't see no point. So,
We haven't.
So in terms of getting high, does it?
I'm going to say this. when I have problems with my lower back, I lean to one side or the other to help alleviate that. He may be having some issues. I noticed when he got up to walk up to the bench that he had a little get up in his go. But yes, Eddie, I am not happy with the way he's asking questions. I think he knows this is a lost case and he's just trying his best to put on some kind of defense and questions so there's, protect him.
Just something that makes you happy, or do you start feeling a certain way, like you're floating around? Anything?
No, sir, I just relax.
Okay.
Some people get really weird.
Just calm me down.
Now, specifically, on the day you testified that you saw this shooting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time of day or night?
It was in the daytime, maybe around 4 or 5.
About 4 or 5 in the daytime.
There's still sunlight.
I'm sorry?
It was still sunlight.
It's still sunlight. Okay. Now, had you, excuse me, I think you testified that you had been smoking that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember whether you also using meth that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were smoking and you used meth.
But I smoke more marijuana than meth.
Okay. You smoke. Now you say you smoke more marijuana than meth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of the your meth use, did it make you high also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have the combination of the meth and the marijuana. So would the meth make you take it a little higher than marijuana? I mean, a head nod, you got it.
Yes, sir. It's marijuana is a downer and methamphetamine it's an upper, and it balances me equally.
Okay. So this particular day, David shooting.
I've never been one to do drugs. I accidentally got my hands on a Delta 8 gummy and ended up in the hospital with a mild stroke because I'm allergic to it. Didn't know it. Didn't know that's what I got my hands on. I thought it was something else. So I don't know anything about it, but you get marijuana makes you relax. It's a suppressant. And meth is one that gets you more elevated and they cancel each other out. Why do it? That's a lot of money for nothing.
Did you say you witnessed the shooting? How much, when did you first start using meth that day?
That morning,
That morning?
that was around 10 o'clock.
Okay. So 10 o'clock for the meth, and about what time for the marijuana?
At the same time.
About the same time. So you get up that morning, when you got up that morning,
I smoke first weed before I do my meth.
okay, smoke the weed first, then you do the meth. Now, were you in a, when you woke up, did you wake up in your house, or did you wake up sleeping in a car?
No, I was still in my house.
Okay, you're in your house.
I woke up, got up, ate breakfast, went and smoked some weed, went inside, finished my coffee. She knocks on my door. She wanted to smoke a little bit because she knows I have some all the time. And so we went to the truck, we were smoking. She was drinking, she finished her beer. She goes, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more beer. She went to where she was staying at, some guy named Chris. I don't know his last name, but he's my neighbor down the street. And I said, okay. So I said, well, I'm gonna go back to my house. And I went and smoked another joint. And then we went back. She got back, we went back to the truck. She was drinking. And I started smoking again, some more weed. She started drinking, we're laughing, talking. And that's when he showed up.
Okay, so that basically, your day, excuse me, that day is not, we're not talking about the situation when you go to work, you come back home. You basically, you get up in your,
I wasn't at work. I was at home.
okay, so you're kind of smoking and drinking and using meth.
Yeah, I was at work at that time.
I'm
So-
sorry, can you repeat that?
I was not working at that time.
So,
Money for meth.
now you said this incident, with reference to this shooting, then that would occur somewhere, you think, maybe around 5 o'clock.
Around 5. I don't, but I know it was
You're not
daylight. I was not sure.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It had to be around 5 or 6. I'm not sure because it was daylight still, but I knew it was kind of late because, I get up around maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Because the kids, my nephew, my nieces get up early and they wake me up all the time. And and I gotta cook breakfast for them most of the time. And that's why I eat breakfast too with them. And I knew it was around 9 o'clock, so when she got there, it was around 10, we started doing that. She left back to Chris around 12, I figured. And that's when she came back and made about an hour, because I think they went to the store to buy some beer, because she took a while before she got back. And when she got back, it was around maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. That's when we went back to the truck, and it had to be around 5 or 6 is when we got there.
So 5, 6, you're
Andrew.
in the truck, and I believe the testimony that you leave her in the rear seat of the truck.
Yeah, because I saw him get up with the gun, so I left. I took off running.
Okay.
I thought she was gonna run too, but she stayed in the truck.
All right, so around that time, you're still drinking, I'm sorry, still smoking,
Not after that happened, no.
okay, not after, but right before, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, your testimony that you see my client Andres, you see him approach the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that he approached the vehicle that you're inside, correct?
Yes, sir, with her.
Okay.
I'm in the back seat of the driver's side, she's in the back seat of the passenger side. And he comes in through the back seat of the passenger side, driver's side. He parks his truck on the passenger side.
So initially, you don't see Andres with a weapon initially.
Not at first, because I didn't see him at all until he was pressing the truck. That's when I saw him unzip a little bag or like a box thing. And I knew it was a weapon.
Okay. You knew it was a weapon even before you saw it.
Yeah, because the box was square like a weapon.
Okay. So the box, was it a clear box? You can look through it?
No, you cannot look through it.
Okay. And you couldn't look through it, but you were guessing.
I'm not guessing. It's
Oh, so you knew it was.
yeah, because I've seen a lot of people carry those bags with guns in there.
Oh, okay.
Because a friend of mine has a lot of guns and he always puts them in boxes like that.
Okay. So you assume because other folks that he
I
had.
knew it was a gun.
Okay, you knew.
Yes,
All right.
from the get-go, because he's talked about things he's done in his past.
Now,
And I didn't want him to go to my house, but my brother still.
just could you just wait? I'll ask you a question, okay?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is that there came a time when you actually saw a weapon, or as you testified, you believe you saw a weapon.
No, I didn't believe I saw a weapon. I saw a weapon.
I'm sorry?
I saw a weapon.
Oh, okay.
And
All right, okay. You say you saw a weapon, correct?
yes, sir. I never seen that happen to me in my entire life.
Oh, you have the answer? I'm not just.
Yes,
that's
sir.
just the question. So you saw a weapon and you identified this weapon as some type of 22?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not really sure if it was a 22, but it was a small gun.
Okay. So it was a small gun.
Yeah. Small handgun.
Now, is your testimony that as soon as you saw the small gun, did you leave?
Hmm?
Did you leave once you saw the small gun?
Yeah, I left. I ran.
You ran.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you ran, how far away did you?
I say maybe, but
I'm sorry.
about 20 feet, 30 feet. And then I stopped. I thought she was behind me, but she stayed behind.
And so you ran the 20 feet, then your testimony that you stopped after that? I'm sorry, I can't, it's not a nod.
I don't know how far, but I know I didn't go that far because I didn't see her behind me, so I stopped. And that's when I saw him open the door and shot her.
Okay. So you said that if I just opened the door, it was after you had run 20 feet away. Correct?
Yeah. Because just coming through the door, he was probably about 10 feet away from me, maybe more. And I saw him coming towards the truck.
Now, if say the vehicle was like this table here,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll just call this part of the vehicle the front.
No,
And this, no, I'm just, bear with me. So you would say this would have been, in your position, the back of the vehicle?
no, you're right. And he would see it his way,
I'm sorry,
if you would see it in his way, yes, that'll be the front of the vehicle.
this would be the front of the vehicle.
Yes, sir. And when he's pushing the truck, yes.
And we'll call this back of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if that's the front of the vehicle, this is the rear, would you have been seated on this side of the vehicle?
That side of the vehicle,
And Marcel would have been seated on the other side?
on the other side.
Now, when you ran away from the vehicle, did you run towards the front? Did you run towards the back? Or did you run
Towards the side.
this direction?
Yes, towards that.
Okay, you would have run in that direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you always on this, we call this the left side of the vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you didn't, fair to say, you didn't run back
No,
that way. So you would have run away from the vehicle in this direction, correct?
yes, sir.
So as you look back 20 feet away, or approximately 20 feet away, you would have been looking towards the rear of the vehicle, correct? Okay. And you were never on this is the left side of the vehicle. You were never on the right side,
That's a punching side, yes.
correct? You were never on that side.
No,
So in terms of your vision, or what you saw, you would have been looking at that vehicle from this angle?
yes, sir. And I saw him first, this angle.
Okay. So, in terms of what had happened in reference to Marisol, it would have been happening on this side.
On the driver's side,
I'm sorry?
on the driver's side.
On the driver's side.
He went through the driver's side,
Okay. He went to the driver's side.
the back seat of the driver's side.
Okay.
Guess
Which would have been this side.
yeah, he went through that side, through that door. Where the door where I came out, he went through that door.
Okay. And from your vantage point, is it He's inside, did he get inside the vehicle?
No, he shot her from outside.
He stood on the outside.
He shot her twice.
Come on.
Thank you for joining me. I am your signature. This is a case based out of San Antonio, Texas, too far from where I live. It is a very interesting case, I should say. This gentleman is charged with shooting, dismembering,
And when this,
burning his victim.
when you, if you heard the first shot, sir, were you still running at that point? Or you already stopped?
Yes, sir, I already had stopped.
So good.
Now, this location that you testified about is where you live, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that that address that you lived at, where this happened,
Yes, sir.
was that in Bear County or was that in another county?
It's in Atascosa County.
So, I'm sorry,
Atascosa County.
Atascosa County.
Yes, sir.
I've had it.
Yes, sir. May it please the court, Judge. Okay, Mr. Arguello,
Yes, sir.
briefly on the redirect, I just want to show up some things. Do you remember there being anyone else there at the property when the shooting happened, when the murder took place?
Yeah, there was like maybe 3-4 people.
How many?
I think 3 or 4 people.
3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Do you remember their names?
Yeah, so Carlitos and a father and a son, Carlos Senior, Carlos Junior.
Okay. With that, you called him Carlitos.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
That's his nickname.
That's so far I've known him by that name.
Fair enough. Do you know his full name?
It's Carlos.
Okay. What about his last name?
I don't know his last name. I kind of,
You told us that Ruben, your brother,
no, Roger.
Roger, I'm sorry, Roger, your brother, was also staying at the property.
Yes, sir.
Was he there?
He says he wasn't, but I think he was there. I'm not really too sure he was there. He
Fair enough.
says
You're
he
not
was.
sure. Okay.
But I know Carlito and Carlo were there because there's a father and a son, and they got there in that truck and he was driving because she got off to talk to him.
Okay. So you remember Carlitos for sure, being
Yes, sir.
perfect. Now, when I was asking you questions earlier, you mentioned that Andres Tarnava had come back with some burning remains, right?
Yes, sir. To drop him at my house so they can blame it on me and my brother.
Was that the same day or another day?
It was some other day.
Okay, so you saw him again later on after the murder.
Yeah, he went to my house to pick me up to go pick up some stuff to bring to my house. He asked me because I brought things to my house because I let him drop a lot of things in my house. I'm just trying to be friendly to everybody, but I guess friendly is not enough.
Fair enough. Do you remember there being an individual by the name of Gustavo Saldaña also there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he was present as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I proceed with the trial?
Yeah.
Mr. Arguello, let me show you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as State Exhibit number 24. Correct me for 1 second. I know you didn't take this picture, Mr. Arguello, but would you kindly take a look and tell me if you recognize any of the people in it?
Yeah, my phone.
And this is on State 24. Can you point her out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me publish this. May I publish her? State 24, Mr. Arguello.
The gentleman
A
standing.
second ago, you pointed to someone on this picture for me. Who did you point to?
Marisol.
Okay, the gentleman, you saw his hand on the witness stand. That is the witness's attorney. I've seen him many times in Judge Boyd's court. Anyway, he is there to ensure that his client does not do anything that can harm him in his cases, and to protect his client. So that's who the gentleman who's standing there with his hand on the witness.
But she's more. She looks like she's more has more weight there than I saw her before.
Fair enough. So this is not how you remember her, but you recognize her.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to point to a lady on the left side of the image. Who is this?
Marisol.
That's Marisol.
Yes, sir.
Is this the woman that you saw on that green truck that was murdered?
Yes, sir.
This is the woman that Andres Tarnava shot that day.
Yes, sir.
The first slip, he does it when he doesn't like it. He goes. That is such a hard place for this witness, whether he's in jail for another crime or not. He
Thank
knows
you. No further
he made
questions.
his own death warrant.
Hands.
I mean, to sit there and have to tell on somebody that used to be your friend and know who committed the crime. And what is it with the little bunny up on the witness stand? You'll see it in a minute. Easter's over. Is it the courtroom mascot?
We'll pass it.
All right. That's it.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, right? Stay well.
I used to make
Excuse Mr. Arguello. So the deputies will take you out. Adam LaHood, thank you so much, sir.
Take care. May I be
I
excused?
appreciate your assistance. You may.
Thank you, sir.
for that attorney leading him out. He's been judged to it all the time.
Not bad. Within 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you go to lunch. Hey, listen, do me a favor. Take those instructions seriously. Don't research.
We're back from lunch.
Right up here, sir.
I want to go back to see the name of the guy because they're not really the best at giving the names of the witnesses.
Is that one? Wow, look at this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Hey.
Nope, didn't have one.
Carlos Hernandez.
Carlos Hernandez.
Would you say Carlos?
Is that right?
Hernandez, all right. Would you say Carlos Hernandez, all right.
All right. Y'all, I'd be scared if I was that witness sitting there. I'd be terrified. Because if this guy has any connections, adios amigos. I mean, he's capable of doing what he did to Maricel. I can't imagine what he would do to this guy. Look at the little bunny. Why is it up there?
You met earlier, right? I swore you to tell the truth already? Okay, so just remember you're still under oath, okay? Okay. All right, and speak up into that microphone. The last guy was kind of soft-spoken. Just make sure they can hear you, all right?
Okay.
Go ahead, State.
Yes. Please introduce yourself to the jury, sir.
I'm Carlos Hernandez
Where do you live?
in Laredo.
All right. Where did you live back in April of 2021?
I live with my mother on Kinney Road in Atascosa, Texas.
Atascosa?
Yes.
Okay.
Atascosa.
Back at that time,
South
back
of
in
San Antonio.
2021, did you know a
Those
woman
who don't know.
named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was a friend.
Okay.
Mhm.
Have you seen her since 2021?
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about do you remember what day was the last you ever saw Marisol Klingelhofer?
The day when he killed her,
Okay, the day we're here to talk.
Mhm.
You remember what month that was in?
I don't remember exactly, but
Well, were you approached by law enforcement about this incident?
yes.
And after you were approached by law enforcement, did they ask you to prepare or to write down a statement of what you remembered at the time?
Well, we actually went through a walkthrough of how it happened.
Yeah, and then did you write down a statement as well?
I probably did. I don't remember that.
If they ask you this, may I approach the
Yeah.
police? Your
I'm
Honor?
going to bring these up just a little bit.
I'm showing
he's
you a
got very
document here that
hard
appears to be a
accent.
copy
Oh, yeah,
of
yeah.
a document that was
That's my
handwritten. That's your handwriting.
Mhm.
All right, so did you prepare this statement at the request of law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, now,
As I'm asking you questions here today,
Mhm.
if there's anything you don't remember by way of details, because it has been 3 years, right?
Yes.
If there's anything you don't remember by way of details, let me know and refer to your statement, see if that refreshes your memory, and then come back to me and answer the question. So don't read off it, but if you think it would help you remember, just ask for a moment and take a look at that statement, okay?
Okay.
All right, so would you take a brief look at the statement and see if it helps you remember what month this happened?
Says that April.
April, okay. And where did this murder take place?
On Fowler Road at Rogers' house.
Okay, and when you say Roger, whom are you referring to?
He's a friend of mine.
Do you know his last name?
Arguello or something.
Okay. And at this house, at Roger Arguello's house, who else was there on the day of the murder?
On the day that it happened, it was me. Roger wasn't outside with us. Ruben,
Okay,
Gustavo, and my dad was in my truck.
okay, so your dad was in your truck. Were you in your truck with your dad?
No, I was working on a motor.
Okay. And where was Marisol there?
No.
Did she arrive later?
Whenever Roger's place whenever the police showed up a month later, that's when she was there.
Okay, so, but you testified earlier that this was the day that she was killed, correct?
Oh no. You know,
All right.
I'm mistaken because Marisol, I'm talking about the other one.
Oh, I apologize. Were you dating a woman named Marisol Reyes at the time?
I was.
Okay, so when I say Marisol, I'm going to be referring to Marisol Klingelhofer.
Okay.
Unless I say otherwise.
Right.
Will that help us communicate?
Yes.
All right, so on the day that we're talking about in late April,
Mhm.
you testified that Roger Arguello was inside,
Mhm.
and you, your father, Gustavo, Ruben, and Marisol were all outside.
On the day that it happened.
Yes, sir.
On the day that it happened, my father,
Yes, sir.
Ruben,
Yes, sir.
and Gustavo were outside, and me.
Okay, where was Marisol Klingelhofer?
She was Marisol she was in the vehicle with Ruben.
Gotcha. Okay, and what vehicle was that?
It was a green expedition, I think.
Okay, so Marisol and Ruben were in Green Expedition.
Mhm.
You and your father and Gustavo were outside,
Right.
and Roger Arguello was inside,
In his house.
in his house,
In his house.
at this Fowler Road entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember what time of day this happened?
Can I?
Yeah, please take a look.
The time I don't know exactly. That's but it was during the day.
Okay. During the day, sun was out.
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else?
See, it was between noon and 5 o'clock.
Did anyone else arrive between noon and 5 o'clock?
No.
Do you recognize? Do you know an individual by the name of ANDRES?
Yes.
Okay. Is he in this courtroom today?
Mhm.
I saw you point to the defense table. Can you identify what he's wearing?
He was wearing a suit and glasses.
Okay. Did Andres Tarnava arrive at this house on Fowler Road that day?
Yes.
What happened immediately after he arrived?
When he arrived, when he arrived, he drives, every time he would go over, he would show up, like, driving really fast.
Non-responsive.
Okay, hang on. Carlos, do me a favor. First of all, no uh-huhs and say yes and no,
Okay,
if you would,
yes.
please. And just answer his specific question, okay?
Okay.
Not like every time. He asked what he did this day.
Okay.
So just keep it to that. So it's not your fault. Just rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. On this day, describe for the jury how Mr. Tarnava arrived at this address.
Okay, well, he showed up driving pretty fast.
Was that typical?
Right, yeah,
Okay.
yes.
And after he arrived, do you remember what he was driving?
It was a GMC Maroon.
A maroon GMC?
Mhm.
Okay. So after he pulled up in his maroon GMC, what did he do?
He parked behind the house, and we were further back on the property. I was working on a motor, and he showed up, got off, and I saw that he was carrying some kind of like pouch. Is what it looked like. And when he got to the Green Expedition,
Before you continue, what did that pouch look like?
I believe it was like a brown color. It looked like a leather one.
Okay, so like a brown, like a tan brown.
A tan, yeah.
Okay. Once he approached the expedition, was Ruben still in the expedition?
Yes. Well, when he approached it,
Yeah.
Ruben ran out of the expedition.
Okay. Then what happened?
That's when he had the door open and he shot a couple of times. It was probably about 3 or 4 times.
Who did he shoot?
Marisol, she was in the truck. You can hear the gunshots, and one actually went through the window
Okay.
and hit my vehicle.
Your vehicle got hit by bullets.
Do you say yes or no?
Yes.
Did you hear Marisol cry out?
I heard
Objection, leading.
It's overruled. You can answer the question.
I heard her yell, but when all that happened, we all just stopped what we were doing.
What did
He is
Tarnava
toast,
do
y'all.
immediately after he shot Miss Klingelhofer?
He dragged her out of the truck
How did he drag her out of the trunk?
by her leg.
What did he do with her after he dragged her out of the truck?
When he dragged her out of the truck and she was on the ground, he asked for help, and we didn't do it.
Okay, so I was gonna ask, did anyone help him? That's a no.
No.
What did he do after that?
He dragged her all the way to his truck, to the GMC.
Did he put her inside?
Why
the
didn't
GMC?
anybody
Put her
call the
inside in
police?
back.
Hello.
Anything else at that location on that?
I'm getting
And
angry.
then he left.
This shirt's not comfortable.
When did you see him again?
Why did you not call the police?
Can I take a look at this?
Yeah, please.
See the little.
I don't remember. It wasn't not too long after. He would always just show up, and to me, when he would show up, he would like brag about it. He was loud about it
When you
and
say-
trying to scare like all of us.
So let's take that in pieces. When you say he would brag about it, the he you're referring to is the defendant, Mr. Tarnava. What would he brag about?
He would just talk about it, like how what he did, and then he told Roger, like, you didn't think I would kill her, right? Like, why are you gonna do that?
Did he say what he did with her body after he left?
Nah, he didn't tell me anything.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Now, you also mentioned that he threatened.
Like all that. That's what I mean by, like, he was scaring us not to say anything, and we stayed quiet, and it's a scary feeling. Like you don't know what to do. You do something, and something's gonna happen to us too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, is that why you didn't go to law enforcement yourself?
He just witnessed this guy kill a woman
Yes.
in cold
That's over.
blood. He knows that he's capable of doing it for them.
Was a yes.
Yes.
Is he affiliated with a gang? That's a question I'd ask.
When the police got involved, what police officer approached you about what happened?
It was a Texas Ranger. I forgot his name.
That's okay, but it was a Texas Ranger.
Yeah, it was a Texas Ranger.
And did you?
We called him Cinco.
Cinco, all right. I assume he asked you what happened.
Yeah, we actually went to the walkthrough.
Okay, when you say a walkthrough, what property did you go for a walkthrough of?
Of where it happened.
They're on Fowler Road.
Mhm.
Did you take him to any other properties?
No. Oh yeah, we went to his place
What did you show them at his place?
where because Roger was cutting his grass for him and all that.
Yeah.
And he cleaned trash for him too.
Okay.
Because at Roger's place, a lot of people dump trash and he gets paid for it.
Okay.
Well, I had my truck, so I took Roger and we cleaned. He cleaned his he cut his grass while I was there waiting, and then I helped Roger put the trash on a little trailer, a lot of trash,
Okay.
camper, all kinds of stuff, and we went back to Roger's place because Roger dumps his trash there.
And you took the Rangers there to the defendant's
Mhm.
place where you all collected trash.
Right.
Why did you take them?
We went. How was it? We met up with an investigator or something like that, and that's where they told me.
Okay, some hearsay.
Can't say anything that anybody told you, okay, Cross?
Okay.
Did the police
The
ask you
police,
to take you
right.
to take them there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's leading, that's staying, counsel. Don't lead your witness and don't talk over him.
Yes.
You ask the question, let him answer.
Yes, sir. Do you remember the address of the defendant's place where you went with law enforcement?
I know where it is. I don't know the address.
Now, I expect the defense is going to ask you some questions about your history with the law.
Mhm.
Have you been arrested before?
Yes.
Have you been convicted of any felony crimes?
I'm on probation for a felony right now.
What felony is that?
That's smuggling of people.
Smuggling a
That
person?
was back in
Trafficking.
2000.
2020.
Other than that, have you been convicted of any felonies?
Can you find me a list
And
of
does
words
that
that I
conviction
absolutely
have
cannot
anything
say?
to do?
So when I'm on
telling the
type, I won't screw
Oh,
it.
nothing to do with it.
Please.
That's the way it's done. Defense?
Sure, if you need to.
So he went up and got the report that the young man had up there to refresh his memory. Yes, he's going to validate it. I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're standing there and the guy threatens you or your family, but there is an anonymous tip line you can call. But it's just until you're in a situation where someone threatens your family's life or your life, and importantly, family's life, you'll do just about anything.
Sir,
to work.
just want to ask you
If you love them.
now, they, time that you say you saw this shoot,
Can you pull the microphone closer?
You said I was at Roger's house.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what day it was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember what day of the week it was? Was it Wednesday or Thursday? Do you have any idea?
It's been 3 years. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, my question.
No, I don't.
That's a good point. In 3 years.
Now, when you testified that this occurred, did you
Were you
go
breathing?
and, based on what you said you saw, did you call the police? Go and call the police.
No, I didn't. I didn't come.
You didn't call. Did you drive down to the police station?
No,
What about the next day? Did you call the police?
no, I didn't.
Did you go to the police station?
No,
The third day? Did
no,
you go to the police station and call the police?
no, I didn't.
Did you ever go down to the police station or call the police?
The only time, no, I didn't.
You did.
Here's the thing. Where he lives is a nice little town, but there's also a very huge gang criminal proponent to that area. Especially Mexican mafia is very big in southern and central Texas. Very underground, but very much there. And I don't know what the connections of the defendant has, but when you are standing there and you see someone murdered, you're not going to second guess whether he'll murder you if you call the police. And the thing is that people say, well, he's behind bars, he can't do anything. No, they put hits out on people all the time. And so, I personally would have found a way to tell the police, but then again, it's a risk. And I'm not to sound cruel, but the woman is no longer with us. It wasn't like she was taken against her will and still with us. And her life was at risk at that point, to where if he said something, it would change the outcome. At this point, he knows that she's no longer with us, and he is trying very hard to sustain the chance that if of his own family, and that if he did say anything, or even if the defendant thought he said anything, any of them, they all know it. All it takes is a phone call, and they're all gone. Hence, we have a lot of drive-by shootings when families are having gatherings, because it's the best place to get them all together at once. You never know, and it's not always something that's going to happen immediately. It could happen 6 months later, but retribution will happen. And in this case, they firmly believed he was capable of it because of what they just saw. Not necessarily right that he did not notify or any of them, but at the same time, the fear is very real. No. Oh, may it go well,
Now,
friend. We're praying.
that day that you said this happened, do you recall approximately what time I believe you said who went to Roger's house with you? Did you go to Roger's house with someone?
On that day that it happened?
Correct.
No, I was already there.
You were there from that morning?
Yes, from that morning. I was working on a motor mechanic.
about what time that morning?
I don't remember.
Before 10 o'clock?
Probably before, yes.
Yes, because
So, what, maybe 8 o'clock in the morning?
We can say 9.
8 or 9? So if you made a statement that said you were there between like noon and 5 o'clock, would that be correct? Or would that be?
If I made a statement,
I'm sorry, I'm saying,
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
if you made a statement or told someone that you arrived here somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock, that would be correct.
That wouldn't be correct because I was already there.
I'm sorry?
I mean, I don't get the question you're asking. I mean, I got there I got there early that morning.
Oh,
It happened between noon and 5.
so you got there early that morning?
Mhm.
So your testimony here on oath would be before 10. Your statement this today
Mhm.
on oath would be that you arrived at the house before 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
My first witness.
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 6. And I believe you identified that as a statement that you gave, correct?
Correct.
And as you look at it, just look at it and see whether it refreshes your recollection as to when you arrived at the house. At Roger's house.
It's okay.
I want to give this guy something to speed up his talk a little bit. Oh gosh, he's
Yeah, it's saying
No,
that I
I'm
got
not
there.
asking what it's saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you, did it refresh your recollection in terms of the time period where you arrived at Roger's house?
Did it refresh it? I mean, it doesn't need to be refreshed because I'm always at Roger's house.
So
I don't live there. I always go over there. So I would get there.
Fine. Well, my question is not what you always do.
Mhm.
My question is, what did you do on this occasion?
On that occasion, like I was trying to get to that. I'm there, I leave, and I come back. That day, I was with my dad when I came back to Roberts. I'm always leaving and going all the time.
So you're just leaving and going to Robert's house?
And it's because,
24 hours a day?
I mean, not 24 hours a day. I'm there for a long period and then I leave.
This day
Mhm.
that you're talking about?
Right.
I asked you when you to refresh your recollection, what time approximately did you get to the house that particular day?
Okay, I was there in the morning. I don't know the exact time. That's why I was telling you. I leave, and when I went back with my dad,
Hang on just a second.
whose phone?
All cell phones off, please.
Serious?
when I went back, I had my dad with me. Yes, and he's my dad is practically always with me. I work with him. He's always with me, and he was there, and that's when all that happened.
So, in your statement
Mhm.
that you gave to the police, did you indicate anywhere in that statement that you were at the house earlier, you left, and then you came back?
Oh, no, I didn't put it
You
on
didn't
there.
put that?
No, I didn't.
Now, you testified that you arrived back with your father,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
And you were doing some specific work, correct?
Right.
And what type of work were you doing at that?
I was working on the motor because I would get parts from my truck.
Okay, you were working on
I was taking parts off of a motor
taking part off of the motor.
with Gustavo.
And how far away were you from the truck where that you indicated that was shot?
It happened. I was like from here to the doors. That's how close I was.
From here to the door?
Yes, that distance right there.
Now, you testified, who was in that truck?
Ruben and Marisol.
So you're at approximately the distance where you are, and the truck is about this distance here.
Mhm.
Okay. Is it anything obstructing your vehicle, the truck? Is anything between you
And that truck?
and that truck?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Do you know whether anybody was in that, in terms of in that truck? Who was inside the truck?
Who was what?
Yeah, who was in, could you determine on that distance, who was actually inside the truck?
Yeah.
Who?
Ruben and Marisol.
Okay. Could you determine what they were doing inside the truck?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't.
Okay. Did you smell anything like marijuana being smoked in the truck or not?
No, I couldn't.
No? No. Could you determine where they were seated inside the truck?
No, I don't know because that truck, that vehicle is the front seats, a middle seat, and then there's space in the back, so I couldn't see
You couldn't see.
the part of the truck that we're in.
So you testified, your testimony that eventually ANDRES comes to the location, correct?
Yes.
And he's carrying something. You see him carrying something.
Yes, in his hand. And
I'm sorry, what is it?
yes, and he pulls out a gun out of that pouch that I explained.
And I know you're eager to tell what happened, but you gotta listen to my question.
Okay.
He comes at location and you see him carrying something, correct?
Correct.
So at that point, are you underneath the truck that you're working on, or you at on the side of it? Where are you?
The motor was already out, so I'm standing right next to the motor working on it. The motor was out of the vehicle.
I'm sorry, this guy is toast. I'm not sorry. There's just too much evidence.
And
Too much evidence.
your testimony is that you heard perhaps 4 shots?
It was about 3 or 4 shots.
3 to 4. Now, when you heard the 3 to 4 shots, you moved towards the vehicle where the shooting was? Did you move away from it, run away from it?
I stayed where I was at. I just froze, like I got scared, and you know when you hear a gunshot like that, you freeze and you look up or you drop to the ground. I stood there and looked up, and that's when I saw it happen.
Now, when this occurred, were you, you said that you're on probation for the smuggling case, correct?
Yes.
Were you on
Promised
probation
anyone
then
to
when this
testify?
happened, or your probation occurred after?
When that happened,
Did that break the conditions?
if I'm correct, I was on probation for a DWI in the valley. And so when the police showed up, I went to jail for that warrant. Because I had a warrant for the DWI.
So you said when the police showed up,
A month later.
a month later,
Someone would just ask how worthy is these people
they show up,
if they're criminals?
you
I'm
speak to
looking-
them for a little while, and you're taken to jail.
It's
Yes.
the jury is what's going to be the ones to decide that. But if I'm on the jury, especially the last guy, you can't fake that pain
The statement
and
that you
that
gave,
he had. He was
to the
scared to be
police,
shaken.
was that a statement made by you prior to you going to jail or after you came out?
In other
When
words,
I made that
giving
statement,
this testimony,
This statement,
think it's
I made that statement that that's the day that they took me to jail. Like I was in the vehicle at Roger's house still.
okay. All right, so when you made your statement, this was the same time day that they took you to jail?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
So did you make a statement first, then you take you to jail, or did you go to jail first and make a statement later on once you got it?
I made the statement in the vehicle at Rogers, and then I went to jail.
Now, is this the same day you mentioned that you went to some other location?
When I made the statement,
Correct.
it's
You
not the
go to
same.
another location or not?
It's not the same day.
Oh.
And dude, you should have been prepared. I just think he's reading through the report and kind of making up his questions as he goes along. This dude
And
is
in
irritating.
terms of your testimony today, you were given a subpoena?
Yes.
And there was no, you don't have any agreement or by the state or anybody else to help you out in your probation case or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Really clear, you testified that you saw the defendant take a gun out of that brown tan satchel.
Yes.
Now, you also testified you were some distance away.
Yes.
Were you able to get a decent look at that firearm?
It looked like a chrome.
Like a
Like a-
chrome? All right, did you see what color it was?
No, chrome. That's the color.
Oh, like chrome.
Chrome.
I got it, sorry.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. So, like shiny chrome.
Shiny chrome. Yeah.
Okay. Was it big or small?
It was small.
Small chrome pistol.
The gun didn't even sound loud. It sounded like a small gun.
Sounded like small caliber? Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Next.
When you say, you saw the pistol, and you were like 20 feet, maybe 25 feet away.
Right, yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Hernandez, thank you very much. You take care of yourself now. Stay well, all right?
Yes, sir.
That's the Mr. Hernandez, please.
Yes. You guys okay? Okay, next witness.
Y'all.
Now the state calls Roderick White.
What did they call Robert what? What are y'all's opinion on this right now? I mean, yeah, it's like he's guilty. He admitted to some level of guilt. I don't know anything about this trial. I literally just started watching today. I haven't seen anything in the news. This is just 100% like an alternate juror would be. Walk in the door and here's the evidence. They did mention that he had admitted to something, so I'm confused as to, Lord have mercy. Do y'all not know? Well, I can't judge, but I'm like, court, y'all. Nobody in there but the lawyers are dressed.
Right here, sir. Please, in this chair right next to me. Have a seat, sir. I made you to swear, right?
Look at this.
I swear to tell the truth. All right, you're still under oath. Remember that, okay? Make sure that microphone, it moves, so make sure you speak right into it, all right? So we can hear you. Go ahead, State.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please, sir?
My name is Roger Arguello.
Roger White. You have a brother?
How do you
Yes.
spell that?
What's his name?
Ruben Arguello.
The two of you live together.
Yes, we do.
Where do you live?
At my mom's house at Fall Road.
Same.
Okay, on Fowler Road?
Yes.
What is the address of your mom's house on Fowler Road?
11125 Fall Road.
11125 Fowler Road. What county is that?
It's Atascosa, but for some reason it's Bear County.
All right, so you're in the city of Atascosa,
Yes, sir.
in Bear County.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if your brother testified different, was he convicted?
In terms of the rule, Judge, we'll take.
That's a state.
Violation of the rule.
That's a state.
Understood. But just to be clear, your house is located in Bear County.
Yes, sir.
Property taxes go to Bear County.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm gonna show you a map real
Hey,
briefly. that I
hey,
marked
thank
as
you.
Would you like to approach?
May I approach you? Show you a map that marked as Exhibit 19. This little red dot identify that Fowler Road address.
They all have been in jail.
Yes.
These are, none of these are.
What exhibit was that, counsel?
State 19.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Not judging being mean, just stating the obvious, and they obviously are not of means.
Does this map fairly accurately
And a witch T-shirt.
depict the location of your house within the state of Texas and within Bear County?
Yes.
Now for state 19.
Any objections, counsel?
He's going to get up and say about 30 words and say no objection.
Go ahead.
Sir, with reference to state, exhibit 19, have you seen the document before?
No, it's right now.
I'm sorry,
Says right now.
just right now.
Yeah.
Here.
You didn't prepare this.
No,
No, you didn't make this document.
no, I didn't.
Well, let me approach you. If I may. You say you don't think so, so I just want you to look at it. It's exhibit number 19. Did you prepare it? Did you prepare that document?
Okay, I don't know what you mean by prepared document. I don't
Did
know
you
what
make it? that document?
No, I didn't make the document.
Okay, you didn't make this.
No, I didn't.
Have you seen this other than when the state just showed it to you? Have you seen it before?
No.
Okay.
Oh, now.
On this document.
Well, where I live at says Atascosa, but for Bear County, it's all confusing, man.
It's all confusing, right?
Yeah, it's all confusing. It's Atascosa, but it's Bear County. That's it.
Okay.
There's nothing more.
So when this exhibit was shown to you, and you testified that this dot represents where you live, you can't tell where you live based on this dot on this page, right?
Well, yeah, because this is Von Army and then this is Lido. I live between Von Army and Lido.
Let me ask you a question. Can you tell based on this dot where your house is?
It's not going to point you exactly where I live at, man.
This is the question.
Okay.
Can you
Is he on something?
based on this dot exactly where your house is?
No.
No.
Yes. No. But it's close, I guess.
I'm sorry?
It's close, I guess.
Yeah, it is a rough crowd.
We're gonna text tonight.
Let me see it.
This is definitely not a lawyer's dream case. Look at him, he's all laughing. Like he did one.
Refresh me. What question did you ask this?
Your Honor, I asked the defendant, or I asked the witness, if this dot fairly and accurately represented the location of this house within the state of Texas and within Bear County, to which he answered yes.
All right, State's Exhibit 19 is received in evidence. Your objection to me goes to the weight, not the admissibility of that document, so.
May I publish, Your Honor?
It's
This
19
guy has
received.
no idea what hit him. He's like, dude, what's happening? I know.
You testified earlier. You referenced
Yeah, he
Lido
has.
and
They
Bear,
all have.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they've all had a nice cigarette.
Does this show where your house is between?
You know that.
those two
They have
states?
nice,
Don't lead your witness, it's sustained.
nice
Does this
rolled
map
up people.
show where your house is in Bear County?
What can I say on
Yes.
YouTube? Can I say that? Can I say? I need a list. Y'all help me. Somebody give me a list of words I cannot say if you're monetized, so I don't get in trouble. I just got an email
Did you
that
know a woman named
five
Marisol
years
Klingelhofer?
today was
Yes.
How did you know?
stricken, not stricken, but
How did I know her?
Yes.
mature audience.
I met her by my neighbor.
Case. I don't know why.
My neighbor,
YouTube deemed it as too
one
much
day she's
for minors under
all
the
outside,
age of 18. I'm like,
the picnic
I don't
table.
ever per se that
she was
too far.
outside at my neighbor's house,
For
and the
my-
picnic table too, and she came, she crossed another property. We started talking.
You remember approximately what year that was?
No, I don't remember what year it was.
Okay. Was it before April of 2021?
See what?
Yes, sir.
You know how far?
I need to go see that stream.
I can say maybe almost a year.
Almost a year?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a photo I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Who does this photograph depict?
Marisol?
The Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict what Marisol Klingelhofer looked like at the time you knew her?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Yep.
So whose stream is this, Ronnie and Dave? I have no idea whom you're speaking of. Oh, okay. Who is this person? Interesting. I'll have to go watch. So those of you who are joining me live for the first time, I'm Ada K, your alternate juror. And this is I gotta look, but I think my 14th week of something like that, 14th week of doing YouTube Live. I'm very new to this, but I'm enjoying it, and I'm so blessed that you hopped on.
Once again, as I asked you, is this a photograph of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will go and watch them.
Do you know what
Dana,
happened
is
to
this your first
Marisol?
time joining?
Um,
Can't remember. Sorry.
How do you know what happened to Marisol?
because he was always bragging about it.
Now, when you say he, are you referring to the defendant, ANDRES Tarnava?
Yes,
Is the person that you know is ANDRES Tarnava in the courtroom today?
yes.
Did you point toward him and identify what he's wearing?
He wore a black suit.
All right.
Yes.
When you say he was always bragging about it, what is the it you're referring to?
He would tell me, "You don't think I would do it, right? You think I would do it, right? You think I would do it?"
When he says it, what did he mean?
Objection, the cause of speculation. Can't say
Uh, that he,
Hang on. Before you answer that question, I'm going to sustain that objection. Flesh it out more, counsel.
Understood. When was he telling you you didn't think I would do it?
Yes.
Was it shortly after April of 2020?
It was after
You're overruled.
700,000 followers.
Now, the reason I'm saying April of 2021, actually,
Hang on,
No.
there's no question.
Oh,
when the defendant would tell you, you didn't think I would do it, how was it clear to you what he was talking about?
then he murder her, kill her.
Okay. Were you talking about that event when he said you didn't think he would do it?
No, he was just saying.
It's out of nowhere.
No, because we were just talking about something else, and he would say, "You think I would do it, right? You think I would do it?"
So how was it clear to you what he was talking about?
Because he already had murdered her when he would say that, and he would say it like real loud where everybody can hear.
Who's everybody?
I'd love to have
We're all around
1,000
like the
followers.
neighborhood, because where I live at,
Can y'all
we don't
hear
have no
me? Are
fence,
you okay?
no fire fence, nothing. So everybody's like, you can just see everything. Like I can see my neighbors. Like, I can yell at him like, "Hey, what's up?" Whatever. You know what I mean?
Hey, dude.
You just say loud.
What's up?
Did you see personally
I'm bad.
the defendant kill?
I'm sorry.
Marisol?
Not.
No, because I was asleep.
You were asleep.
Yes, when that happened.
Okay. And did you wake up that day after it happened?
My sister woke me up.
Who woke you up?
My sister.
Your sister. And what was your sister's emotional state at the time?
Hysterical.
When she woke me up, and from the expression of her face, she was scared.
Was she calm or was she agitated?
No, she was kind of like not calm and not like she was just like how can I say it? She was like kind of like scared, like hey, can you go outside? Can you go check?
Okay, we do need to talk about something real quick. I have to get my ears off of myself because it's an echo. one thing that we need to understand, is this better? Am I breaking up now? When a lot of these people who are testifying, first language is Spanish, second language is English. So the way he's talking does not mean he's not smart. Someone made a comment about it on another channel, on one of my other places that I post, but they're having to take it from a Spanish word to English word to when they get it's not like they're trying to make up a story. It's they're trying to find the word to equate from Spanish to English. This is a language barrier communication. So keep that in mind. We need to be respectful. Okay.
Objection, Judge.
What's the objection?
Objection that it's based on hearsay.
What is it?
And his interpretation of what she might, is speculation. His expression of what she might have been thinking or might have felt at that moment, based on speculation.
Well, that's from the rules. He's looking at her. So but just clean up, ask the question, please.
Yes, sir.
No. Woo.
Was she upset when she woke
Judge.
up?
No, she was scared. She was scared. Yes.
Was she scared about something that had just happened?
Yes. She didn't know what happened.
Hang on. Sustained. Did you win?
She didn't know what happened.
Hang on, Rob. Don't answer until he asks you a question. I just sustained the objection.
What was she scared about?
Then something happened outside.
Objection. Based on.
She wanted me to go check it out.
And it's based on speculation.
Your Honor, she said something happened outside. It's going to be information.
There's getting ready to be a sidebar.
Then you need to ask him what she said, and I'll rule on his objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, apologies. What did she tell you?
Objection.
Hey,
Hang on. Don't answer yet, Roger.
Hearsay.
What did she tell you?
No, do you have a response to his hearsay objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an excited.
Woo.
Excited utterance is what you're going with? That's over, then you're sustained.
It is the present sense impression, Your Honor.
That's,
Yes, sir.
your objection's overruled. Now you can answer.
Oh my
What did she tell
God.
you?
Well, still my objection, Judge. Even if you say present sense,
What's your objection, counsel? Your legal objection.
Still hearsay does not right a confrontation.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
No arguing of objection.
she was, hey Roger, hey, something happened outside, man. Can you go check what happened? And then when I woke up, and she was like, I go, what? I go, something happened outside. Can you go check? And I go, something. And she goes, yeah. And I go, okay. So I got up, I went outside, where the guys were standing. And I went over there and I said, hey, what happened? And just by expression of their face, they're like shocked.
Okay.
Like,
Your objection's overruled. Answer, he's finishing his answer. Now ask another question.
Yes, Your Honor. You testified that they were shocked.
This is
Yes.
so confusing for that poor guy.
Can you describe a little bit more about how they were doing? Were they shocked? Were they scared? How were they?
they were like shocked, like they couldn't believe like something had happened. Like they were just like shocked, like they couldn't really like talk. They were just like quiet, like shocked, like. And I was like, hey, what happened? They're like, can we take you to our neighbors and that little shed in the neighbor house? That little shed. We'll take over there and we'll tell you what happened.
And did they?
Yes.
What happened?
Objection.
We went.
Hang on. Don't
It's
answer the
still
question.
speculation. If you ask me what happened,
What's your legal objection?
speculation at this point, and it would be based on hearsay.
Hearsay is your objection. That is sustained.
All right, guys. This judge is getting frustrated. Part of the problem is he's standing up and arguing and not giving the reason for the objection. Objection, hearsay, shut up. Objection, leading, shut up. This poor guy must feel like he's in a legal blender.
They can speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
It's getting nasty.
Did the defendant ever tell you what he did to Marisol specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
They just told me that he went, he
Okay, somebody on the other channel said, why can he say what the defendant said, but not anybody else? Because from me to you, it's a direct communication. It is not a hearsay. From me to my friend, and then my friend to you is a hearsay. It's not, you're hearing it from the person's mouth.
shot her twice.
When did he tell you that?
A couple hours, when the accident happened.
A couple hours after, on the same day?
Yes,
So after you went outside and talked to the people outside?
yes,
You spoke to the defendant?
yes.
Okay. Did you speak to them in your house or at his house?
No, we split at my neighbor's house. Me, when I went to go find out, the two guys that were standing there, well, the son and the father took me to the little shed, and
And don't say what they told you at the little shed. When did you see the defendant after all of this happened?
the defendant, I say like 3 hours, I guess.
2 hours?
3 hours.
2 or 3 hours?
Mhm.
Where did you see the defendant?
No, when he went to my house, he went to my house.
At your house?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you at your house at that time?
The same thing when he was telling me, anything I was doing right, anything I wasn't doing.
Did he tell you what he did to embarrass Klingelhofer?
Not specifically, not like specifically tell me what he really did to her, but he just told me that like anything I was gonna do that right.
Objection and no response.
Okay.
You know.
That's overruled.
Did the defendant ever tell you what he did with Miss Klingelhofer's body?
No.
Did the defendant ever threaten you not to tell anyone or go to the police?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That if it was killing me and my family.
When did he tell you?
Well, the next day, or I really don't remember, but
And
it was just a day he just told me, and like that's why I never left from my house because I had nephews living there. My sister, and my mom, So I was scared,
That's what it was.
God, this is going to take him forever.
Certainly, the day that you say, I just spoke with you, do you remember what time of day that was?
No,
Remember what day it was?
no,
Remember what day of the week it was?
no. I don't know what time I fell asleep. I don't know what time I woke up. I don't know what time my sister woke me up. I ain't paying attention to all that.
Did you call police or make a report of any of that day?
My brother did.
I did not ask. Now, will you want to say what you want to say? My question was, did you make a report that day?
No, I didn't. No, because
My question.
They can ask you questions again, so.
okay.
So you didn't call the police or make a report,
No.
correct?
No,
What about the next day? Did you call the police or make a report?
no,
What about within that week? Did you call the police or make a report?
no.
Why did you not? because I'm terrified for my life
And
and the life of my.
your claim is that, there was a threat made to you, correct?
Yeah.
And when that happened, did you, call the police or report it?
Well, when he called me,
Yes,
I called police and report.
yes.
I did it, my brother did.
Well,
I'm sorry, what was that?
My brother's the one that called the police. But it wasn't,
but my question to you, did I ask you what your brother did?
no, I did not report it.
All right, you gotta answer my question.
Okay.
Question was, did you make a report?
No,
I mean, did you make a report?
no.
Be right back.
Did you ever make any type of written statement to the police in this case?
No.
I thought it was.
Okay.
No.
Take
No
it.
question.
No more questions? All right, thank you very much, sir. You take care of yourself, all right? Stay well.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Steakhouse Jeopardy. Apologies, Your Honor.
Take your afternoon break, all right? Take about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so jury.
I'm here. I'm here. Don't worry. Don't go away. Oh, let's get back. All right. Okay, let me get my ears. Why are my ears not functioning? Come on. Say they're clear. They just have it in the volume on. There we go. What did you call my dear? Have they called? Don't start this crap. Okay, we'll do this. We'll refresh it. Sometimes just officer. You know that. How are y'all doing? Yeah, they don't think about that kind of thing. What? No, no. Hold on, we'll see if we can do it. I did it again. Okay, do it again. Come here, Sensei. You're good. Come here. My God. How are
I
you?
have seen her, but. All right, go ahead, State.
State House Deputy Joseph Garza.
Okay. I think he said Joseph Garza. I don't know which PD he is. I think he is. Very well. Yeah, it very well could be. We have rain around here. Looks like a 60. We'll see.
Have a seat up here.
Oh no, that's fair enough.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you can adjust that microphone too, and just make sure you speak into it. Go ahead, State.
Yes, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Joseph Garza,
What do you do for a living?
work for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office,
What is your current job with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
gang unit deputy,
What did you do? Well, how long have you been in the game?
3 years.
What did you do before that?
Patrol,
How long were you patrol deputy?
3.5 years,
So that's 6.5 years total?
and then 3.5 in the jail, so
All right.
10 total.
So 10 total years here in Bexar County.
Dang.
Were you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And were you a licensed peace officer working with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office on May 27, 2021?
Yes, sir.
On that date, were you told to be on the lookout for anything specific?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how that call came in and what you were told to be on the lookout for.
We were told to look out for a maroon vehicle.
And who told you that?
I'm not sure exactly who, but I believe it was a little briefing that we had that we were looking for this maroon vehicle.
A little briefing. Did you have that the same day?
Yes,
What time approximately were you briefed on that?
maybe an hour or so beforehand.
Okay. And what time of day was that?
I'm not sure if I could revert to the report.
Absolutely. Do you have a copy?
No, sir.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Showing you what I have marked here, states 9. Is that a copy of the report you prepared on May 27, 2021?
Correct, but do you have the front page of the whole thing? Because it was an hour beforehand of the initial stop. That's when I wrote the report.
Oh, okay. One moment.
Good police officer. Very thorough. Sensei, here, it's okay. Good girl. Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Oh.
Should be right there in your left hand.
Thanks.
I believe.
her job is to tell me when the doorbell rings because I can't hear it because I'm deaf without my hearing aid.
Will be this Spears incident summary, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, were these reports prepared by you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Would it assist you in your testimony today to refer to them to refresh your memory as required?
Yes.
I would ask you not to read directly from them, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But
They have to
take a
request the
moment to
interpreter.
look at that
That's the
report.
problem. They can't just say, here's one.
Yes, sir.
They can't do that.
All right, and do you recall approximately what time that briefing was?
I believe about 4:30.
1:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, ladies?
Yes.
I'm gonna cover this one from you and leave you.
Excuse me.
Do you recall who was at that briefing?
I believe my supervisor at the time,
Who was that?
Sergeant Salinas.
Okay. Besides Sergeant Salinas, was there anyone there from any other law enforcement agency?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head.
Okay. So at this briefing, what were you told?
To look out for a maroon vehicle, SUV.
Were you told that there were any individuals associated with that maroon SUV?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that individual that was associated with that vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
You may.
It's going to be Andres Perez.
ANDRES. Would you refer to your report one more time and see if that's a hyphenated name?
Andres Tarnava Perez.
No. Okay. So what you had at the time was to look for Andres Tarnava Perez associated with a maroon GMC.
Correct.
All right. So did you ever see that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see it?
On the access road of 35.
And
Sorry,
before
my
we get to the actual stop, what were you instructed to do when you saw that vehicle?
To find PC to pull the vehicle over.
What does that mean?
Probable cause.
Okay. So in layperson speak, what were you looking to do?
Conduct a traffic stop.
Okay. And do you have to find a valid reason to conduct a traffic stop in order to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you saw that vehicle driving down the access road of I-35, did you see a valid reason to conduct a traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
What was that reason?
No license plate on the trailer.
In the state of Texas, are drivers who operate on public highways required to display a rear license plate on their trailer?
Yes, sir.
Failing to do so gives you reason to pull them over and conduct a traffic stop.
Yes, sir.
When you pulled this red GMC Yukon over, who was driving?
The defendant, Andres Tarnava Perez.
Is the individual that was driving that red GMC Yukon in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Please point to where he's sitting and identify him by a piece of clothing.
He's gonna wear the black jacket with the striped white and blue striped shirt.
Okay, so you saw the defendant on that day on May 27, 2021.
Yes, sir.
All right, now after you made contact with him and conducted that traffic stop, well, who else was with you?
My partner, Deputy Kalunga.
Okay, did the two of you make contact with the driver?
Yes, sir.
During the course of that traffic stop, did you identify additional violations of Texas law?
Yes.
What violations did you identify?
Tampering with identification number.
Okay,
No, we're going to object at this time. Could we approach?
comfortable with this, Sean?
Yeah.
Deputy, I'm showing you a series of photographs, States Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Could you please take a look at these and tell me if you recognize what they depict?
Yes, sir. The vehicle the defendant was driving.
Okay, and do these fairly and accurately depict the vehicle at the time you conducted this traffic stop that we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Let's stay off for States Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Sorry about that. I was talking to my son, but I will say I watched the Maya trial, and it's horrendous. The sad thing is the mother did what she felt she had to do in order to get her daughter treated, and I believe that they should have gotten more than what they've gotten. If
My objection's overruled. States Exhibits
I have no
numbers
problem.
13, 14, 15,
More than
16,
their
and
$25
17
million.
inclusive are received in evidence.
May I approve the publisher? Here on States 13, tell the jury what we see.
The maroon vehicle that the defendant was driving.
States 14, what is this?
The vehicle the defendant was driving.
Okay, is this from a different angle?
Yes, sir. Different angle.
States 15,
The vehicle and the trailer.
State 16,
The vehicle and the trailer.
finally, State 17.
The trailer from the rear.
Understood. After identifying those two violations of Texas law that you referenced earlier, what did you and your fellow deputies do?
Place the defendant under arrest.
Where did you take him?
To Bexar County CID.
What is Bexar County CID?
Downtown.
It's our headquarters where they go into. We hold them for questioning.
Okay. Now,
I know exactly where that place is. Been there.
Have taken the defendant directly to Bexar County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Why did you take him to CID rather than straight to jail?
For the charge, and also he was a suspect in another crime, possible crime.
Okay. So when you say for the charge, do you mean the violations that you conducted the arrest with?
Yes, sir. For the tampering with the identification number.
Okay. So did you have lawful authority to detain the defendant at that time on those charges?
Yes, sir.
And why did you take him to CID?
For questioning.
Who requested that you take the defendant to CID to await question?
Ranger Bettis.
Where is Bexar County CID located?
200 North Comau.
What else is in that building?
The jail.
Do you work in that building?
No.
After you took the defendant there to CID for questioning, did you remain on location where the defendant was outside the room in which he was being held?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant able to contact you while he was being held awaiting questioning?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to request water or food, for example?
Yes, sir.
Was he restrained other than not being able to leave the room?
No, sir.
As in, was he shackled in handcuffs and all?
I don't recall if he was uncuffed or not.
What was the temperature like in that building as you waited for CID to arrive?
If I could guess, 74 degrees.
What were you wearing?
A bulletproof vest with my regular uniform.
Were you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
And to your memory, how long did it take for the Rangers to arrive at CID after you placed the defendant there?
Maybe 2 or 3 hours, I believe.
Were you waiting that entire time as well?
Yes, sir.
As the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense. Sure.
Officer, is this your full report?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to review it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And more than once?
Once
Have you
today.
reviewed this report more than once?
Yes.
You will review it, right after you wrote it, correct?
Correct.
And, you reviewed it. It's fair to say you reviewed it before you testified to it today.
Correct.
You review it prior to testifying.
Correct.
Now, it's fair to say that your involvement in this case started on May 27th, 2021.
I don't recall the exact date.
Would it be fair to say it commenced or started the same day that you wrote this report?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your report, which is has been marked, do you recall whether or not you started this report with the briefing that you gave?
Can you say that question one more time?
Did you write anything about the briefing?
I didn't.
You received in this report?
I did not.
Now, you're a peace officer, licensed peace officer, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you have to go to the academy and you take.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
You have
that?
to go to the academy before you become a peace officer, correct?
Correct.
And you take courses or classes with reference to report writing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you spend quite a bit of time with report writing based on the fact that sometimes you have to use these reports to refresh your recollection even 2, 3, 4 years after an incident, correct?
Correct.
So in this case, it's fair to say that your report makes no mention about the briefing that you had earlier on this case.
Correct.
Correct. Now, do you recall where that briefing occurred?
I believe it's off of 35 and 1604, a gas station.
Was it a certain building, do you remember the building that it happened?
It was in the parking lot.
It was in a parking lot?
Correct.
And do you remember approximately how many other officers were at this briefing?
I do not.
Were there more than 5 people?
I don't recall.
Less than 5 people?
I'm not sure.
You remember you were there, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you had a partner, somebody working with you.
Correct.
Okay. Your partner was there.
Correct.
Any corporals that you remember being there? Any corporals or sergeants?
Sergeant Salinas, as like I stated earlier.
Oh, he was at that. 3. Any other personnel from the sheriff's department that you remember?
Those two I stated
Those are the only 2.
that I recall.
What about Texas Rangers?
I don't recall them being at the briefing.
How were you, do you recall how you were actually notified of the briefing?
My supervisor,
Okay, and who was that?
Sergeant Salinas.
Okay, so that communication was given you by telephone call, radio, dispatch, how did you receive that information?
I believe cell phone.
Okay, so you believe you got a call on the cell phone
Correct.
from the sergeant?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you were given a time when to appear. Is that fair to say?
I believe we got called in that day.
I'm sorry,
We got called in,
when you say call in, is that inferring that you were off that day?
not necessarily off, but not my regular duty hours.
Okay. So did you get called in earlier than you would normally be working that day, or was it after your hours that you would be relieved of your duties to go home?
Early.
Okay, so you got called in early. Is that something that being called in early for a certain task, is that something that happens all the time?
In my unit, yes.
So there was nothing unusual about being called in early?
No.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the briefing?
I believe it was about an hour before the stop.
So what time was the stop?
Can I refer to my report? I need,
Yeah.
Y'all,
I don't believe that one
you
has.
made the comment,
the
why
one
do they
that-
have to refer to the report? My gosh, they make so many stops in their career, and it's been so many years, so they do need to verify with their report. I can't imagine how many stops this police officer has made.
To see whether it refreshes your recollection.
About 4:30.
About 4:30. Okay. So if the stop occurred around 4:30, then the briefing would probably somewhere around maybe 3:30.
No, the stop was at 5:36.
Okay.
The briefing was at 4:30.
Okay, briefing's at 4:30, stop around 5:30.
Correct.
Correct. Now, who, if you recall, was there a designated person that was actually giving this briefing?
My Sergeant Salinas.
So the sergeant gave the briefing.
Correct.
And was your sergeant that indicated what you would be on the lookout for?
Correct.
Were you assigned a certain area to go to look for, say, this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was it your sergeant that assigned you a certain area, a certain location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what location was it?
I don't recall the exact location. I know it's off of 35 somewhere.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you were told or instructed to go to a certain location to look for a certain vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And I believe your testimony was that you were instructed by, was it the sergeant, to find probable cause?
I believe every traffic stop we find probable cause.
So my question to you, or was it your testimony
Really?
earlier that your sergeant instructed you
Every traffic
references
stop
the
you can find
find
probable cause?
Correct.
Do you really want to go
Correct.
there?
So is it fair to say that in terms of being part of your instruction was to locate the vehicle if you saw it,
Correct.
correct? And then once you saw the vehicle, then you were instructed to find a reason to stop,
Correct.
correct? Now that type of instruction in terms of stopping the vehicle, is that the way you're trained in the academy to locate a vehicle first and then find a reason to stop? Is that how you taught in the academy?
In this situation,
No, my question to you, is that how you're instructed in the academy to locate a vehicle and then find a reason to stop?
no.
So in this case, you're waiting, you're at a specific location and you're waiting, and eventually the subject vehicle comes within you, correct?
Correct.
Now, as the vehicle comes within view, are you and the vehicle facing the same direction when you first see it? You got a side view, or are you looking at it from the front as the approach? Which one?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, your reports, does it reflect in any way, shape, or form how or what direction the vehicle was coming?
No. May I refresh my memory?
Sure. Look at you. Did it refresh your recollection?
A little bit.
Okay. So, directions, were you all in the same direction, or was the vehicle coming towards you when you first saw it?
It didn't specify my report. I don't recall.
You know? Okay. So eventually, you stop the vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
You're in the vehicle with your partner?
Yes, sir.
What's your partner's name?
Deputy Kalunga.
He was at the briefing, correct?
Correct.
We received the same briefing that you received.
Correct.
So, in the briefing, were you instructed in terms of what to do if you located the vehicle?
Yes.
And your instruction was to stop the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever given any instructions in terms of arresting the person that was driving?
No.
Ever giving instructions with reference that if there was an infraction that was arrestable, that you should arrest them?
Yes.
And this is instructions given you by your sergeant.
Correct.
Any instructions by your sergeant or anybody else in terms of if there was an arrestable infraction and that person was taken under arrest, what should you do with that person?
Not that I recall.
When I say what you do with it in terms of whether he should be say, processed or held at CID, did anyone instruct you in terms of what you should do at that point?
Not that I recall.
No. So, with reference to once this person is arrested, and you charge them with something, then you would normally take this person to the Perry County jail, right?
Correct.
And did someone give you different instructions, not to just take him to the Perry County jail, but to take him to somewhere specific in the jail other than just booking?
To see, what was the question? Sorry.
Were you instructed to take my client to somewhere else other than just to have him booked into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Who gave you those instructions?
I do not recall.
When were those instructions given?
After he was placed under arrest.
So he was arrested, and do you recall that if you testified that you received some instructions, was it instructions that were given to you personal by someone that came out to the scene, or was it something that was given to you over your radio or call on the cell phone?
I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Once you and your partner stopped my client's vehicle, were other officers called out to the scene?
I believe they just showed up. No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No. Anybody else, like Texas Rangers, anybody else show up at the scene? Or where the car was stopped on the side?
Yes.
No. Did you call them to alert them that you had stopped the vehicle or had somebody in custody, or they just happened to be passing by the roadway?
They showed up.
They showed up. You didn't call.
Not that I recall.
You could have, just don't remember.
Not that I recall.
At the scene where the vehicle was stopped, you remember how many officers arrived at that scene? Once you and your partner stopped the vehicle, you remember how many other officers, or when I say officers, the troopers or rangers, how many came to that location?
If I recall correctly, I believe 2.
2. And you were instructed to take him to, were you instructed at that time to take him to CID?
Not that I recall.
How do you recall? When do you recall receiving instructions to take my client to CID?
I believe after trying to find the identification number, which we could not locate. He was under arrest. And we decided to see if auto theft would want to talk to him about it.
I'm sorry, you said we decided what?
Auto theft, to talk to him?
Oh, okay, so your testimony is that, you charged him, and you taken him down, and you decided to let him take the CID for auto theft,
Correct.
and those instructions to do that wasn't by a sergeant, that's something you came up with.
No.
Who instructed you to take him to CID for auto theft?
Like I said earlier, I don't recall.
I'm sorry?
I do not recall.
You don't recall it? So who, did you transport, my client?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you you stopped his vehicle, you said around 5:30 at the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
What time did you, get down to the Bear County jail?
I don't recall.
Would it be reflected anywhere in your reports?
Not sure, but can I refresh my memory if it is in there? No.
No. So would it have been like maybe an hour later, 2 hours later? Yeah,
I don't recall.
you don't recall. So you take my client down to the jail, and you don't take him to be booked, correct?
Correct.
And that's a decision you said you made, not to book him, but to take him to CID.
I don't recall saying that.
Oh. You took him, when he got to the jail, did you take him to be booked?
No.
What did you do?
We went to CID.
Did you at that point make arrangement with some detective in CID to talk to him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall it?
No, sir.
Is that reflected in your report?
Not that I recall. Can I check?
Sure. Is it reflected anywhere in your report?
No, sir.
Once you arrive at CID, it's fair to say that during the transportation part of it, my client, he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
And once he gets into the jail where you are, he's not free to leave, correct?
Correct.
He's still in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
So at that point, is he placed into a room?
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the CID interview rooms.
Yes, sir.
Now, once he's placed in the CID interview room, at this point, can you call the detectives from RFF to talk to him?
No, I met with the sergeant down there.
Okay, you met with what sergeant?
Sergeant Mahan.
Okay, and what division is he a part of?
Homicide.
So your testimony is that you took him to CID to have him interviewed by auto theft detective. Correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't happen, or does that happen?
No.
No. But do you recall talking to a homicide detective? Correct?
Sergeant.
A homicide, sorry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you seek that sergeant out, or did he just kind of find you in terms of a possible interview?
Can you rephrase that question?
Who initiated the conversation? Did you see that sergeant, you go find him, or did he find you?
That was their office.
The CID office
Yes, sir.
was a homicide CID office?
It's in the same building at that time.
It's the same building, correct? It's the same area and the same room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question is that, did you seek out, you look for the sergeant, the homicide sergeant to talk to my client, or did you seek a auto theft detective to talk to him?
We just ran in. He ran into me.
Or he ran into you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he ran into you, and did you initiate a conversation with him, or did the book, it's fair to say that the book, a pretty
Just sit down and get coffee first, all right?
Yes, sir.
All your stuff.
Move some of this stuff, Judge.
Give that to the clerk.
Here you go, man. Mind if I put this here?
No, you're fine. On there.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Good. Raise your hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Move that microphone closer if you need to. These folks can hear you. Nice, state.
Yes, Your Honor, please report. Good afternoon, Ranger.
Afternoon.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. My name is Jesse Pettis. I'm a Texas Ranger with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Ranger, how long have you been with the Rangers?
I got promoted to Texas Rangers in February of 2021.
What law enforcement agency, if any, did you belong to prior to becoming a Texas Ranger?
Sure. Got about 15 years of prior law enforcement experience. Belonged to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. Started my career off there in 2009. After that, I went to work for the city of New Braunfels as a patrolman, and then I joined the ranks of Texas DPS trooper in 2015.
And DPS stands for what, Ranger?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, Ranger, because I think we've all heard of the term Texas Ranger, but what are your duties as a Texas Ranger?
Sure. Texas Rangers conduct major and special criminal investigations, primarily crimes against persons. Some of those offenses would include murder, sexual assault, robbery, officer-involved shootings, public corruption, officer misconduct.
And you mentioned murder being one of the things you investigate.
That's correct.
During your time with the Rangers, or in the 15 years of your law enforcement experience, would you say that you've had occasion to investigate many murders, a few murders? How many?
I couldn't provide an exact number, but I've been involved in prior murder investigations.
Fair enough. And is that, as part of your Ranger duties, is that throughout the state of Texas?
Correct. Texas Rangers have statewide jurisdiction. We're assigned to a company, but it's not uncommon that we travel the state to assist
city, county, and state and federal agencies with criminal investigations.
Were you employed with the Texas Rangers on or about April of 2021?
I was.
And did you have occasion around May of that same year to become involved in the investigation into the murder and disappearance of a victim by the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
That's correct.
Ranger, can you sort of tell us how is it that the Rangers first became involved in this case?
I believe the originating agency that originated a missing person investigation was the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And did they forward the information up to the Rangers?
So I believe the information was provided to the Ranger Division, my partner, Texas Ranger Brett Peters, and I believe they requested assistance with the investigation.
Is that something that happens often?
Yes, one of our primary goals is to assist other agencies with criminal investigations.
So nothing unusual that would happen in this case?
No, sir.
You mentioned Ranger Brett Peters as your partner.
Correct.
Let me ask you this, Ranger Pettis. Were you the lead investigator in this case?
I was not.
Do you recall how you personally became involved on the case?
Ranger Peters requested assistance with the investigation.
And why is that?
I believe basically due to the area where the investigation was being conducted, and then also I believe there was some Spanish-speaking subjects involved in criminal investigation, and I'm a bilingual Texas Ranger and commonly requested to assist with investigations.
Let's talk about the area first, Ranger Pettis. Why would you be a go-to person when we're speaking about the area where this is all alleged to have happened?
Sure. I was born and raised in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas. Most of my law enforcement career has been in the Central Texas area, to include when I was a state trooper prior to promoting. My state trooper duties were in the Atascosa County region.
So did Ranger Peters maybe think that you might provide
Call for speculation.
Let him finish the question next time you object, but that's sustained.
So why do you think Ranger Peters asked you to step into this investigation?
I don't know.
Again, call for speculation.
That's sustained.
Fair enough. Did he ever communicate to you why?
Not a specific reason. I believe, like I said, the translation to the Spanish-speaking involved parties, I guess.
Okay, so let's talk about that as well, Ranger Pettis. Your Spanish-speaking abilities. You mentioned you're bilingual.
That's correct.
Are you a native speaker?
Yes, I speak Spanish, fluent Spanish, correct.
Have you spoken Spanish your whole life?
Yes.
Is it something that you are certified for with the Texas Rangers?
Texas Department of Public Safety certifies me, yes, sir.
Does it allow you to use your language skills as part of your job duties as a Texas Ranger?
That's correct.
In other words, are you allowed to talk to witnesses, interpret what they're saying, use it in your investigation?
Correct.
And are those services that you provided during the course of this case?
Correct.
Okay, so Ranger Pettit, you became involved in the investigation. Do you remember more or less, chronologically speaking, timeline-wise, what the first thing that you did when you picked up the case?
One of the first things that Ranger Peters requested during the course of his investigation, he was working alongside with several agencies. One of the very first things that he requested was some.
Question: what he did, not what somebody would think about.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
One of the very first things that I was tasked with was doing some aerial surveillance, I believe, on this investigation.
Aerial surveillance?
Correct.
And what are we talking about when you're discussing aerial surveillance?
He had, during the course of his investigations, he had identified numerous locations.
Still speculation on it. He's talking about what some other officer did, Judge. My position is that's hearsay.
You're answering questions based on what you did pertaining to what other officers did.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, that's overruled. Ask the question again.
Yes, sir, you may start.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yes, sir. Aerial investigations. What did you do as part of your aerial investigation?
Correct. During the initial phase, I would say, of the investigation, Ranger Peters requested that I assist with some aerial surveillance of numerous locations within the Bexar County, and I believe it was Medina County areas.
Do you remember any specific addresses that were requested to be aerially surveyed?
Correct. I believe there was 3 total addresses, and you want the verbatim address, sir?
If you can.
Sure.
Yes.
Myself and Texas DPS Special Agent Nava were requested to conduct some surveillance at
Okay. The witness appears to be reading from a document that's not in evidence.
Go ahead.
Special Agent Nava and I conducted some surveillance in the 1100 block. I believe it's 11125 Fowler Road, Atascosa, Bexar County, Texas was one address. Another address that was requested to conduct surveillance was 18407 Lucky Road, Atascosa, Bexar County, Texas. And the final address was 1387 Farm to Market Road, 471 North in Castroville, Medina County, Texas.
Are these addresses, Ranger Perez, that came to the knowledge of law enforcement as potentially being relevant to the investigation into the murder and disappearance of Marisol Klingelhofer?
That's correct.
And that's why you went out there and surveilled?
Correct.
While you were surveilling these things from the air, do you remember if you were in an aircraft or what kind of equipment was being used?
Sure. I requested assistance from United States Customs and Border Protection Aircraft Division here in San Antonio. And I believe the aircraft that we utilized was a helicopter through CBP. We boarded in a helicopter and we conducted aerial surveillance on those locations.
And you were personally present in the helicopter?
I was inside of the helicopter, yes, sir.
So you physically laid eyes on these locations?
Correct. Due to the height that we're at, we utilize surveillance equipment, which would include cameras and computer screens within the aircraft.
And that was done in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to refresh my recollection, Ranger Peters, you mentioned that 2 of those addresses were in Bexar County.
Correct.
And that was the Fowler address?
Correct. One of the locations is on Fowler Road, and the other location, I believe, is Lucky Road.
Okay. Now, you were explaining to us how this is near the town of Atascosa, but it's still inside Bexar County.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you very familiar with this area?
I am.
Are you familiar with Google Maps?
Yes, sir.
You've used it before?
I have.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Let me show you 3 exhibits, Ranger Pettit. The first one is State's Exhibit number 19, that has already been admitted into evidence. But I would also like to show you number 18 and number 20. Would you kindly take a look? First, let's start with, I guess let's go chronologically. Let's start with 18. Can you recognize what 18 depicts?
Yes, sir. State Exhibit 18 is a photocopy photograph of Bexar County. It's surrounded by some dotted lines showing the jurisdiction of Bexar County, Texas.
And to your knowledge, is it a fair and accurate depiction of Bexar County as you understand it to be?
Correct.
What about state's number 19?
State Exhibit 19 appears to be the same map, closer view, I guess, showing the outskirts of Loop 1604. There's also a red dot down here showing the location.
And this is the exhibit that was previously admitted into evidence, right? That red dot, Ranger, whereabout is it, if you know?
It's southern southwest Bexar County.
Okay. Is that one of the areas that you surveilled while you were aboard that helicopter?
That's correct.
Okay. And what about state's number 20?
State Exhibit 20 is a zoomed in version of southwest Bexar County. Dictates Interstate 35. It's got 2 specific addresses on here. Fowler Road address and a Lucky Road address. And also the town of Lytle and Somerset and Von Army are shown on this photograph.
Fair and accurate depiction of what the image shows?
That's correct.
To your knowledge?
Correct.
And you described for us Fowler Road and Lucky Road, and those are the two addresses that you surveyed.
That's correct.
Now, you told us that you had used Google Maps before.
I have, yes, sir.
Is it possible in Google Maps to enter two addresses and then have the software, I guess, the program, plot a course between the two addresses?
Sure.
Like give you driving directions, basically.
Sure.
Does that appear to have happened on states number 20?
It's showing yes, the state exhibit 20 is showing a distance and a time frame it appears to take between these two locations.
Have you personally driven those roads before?
I have driven on those roads, yes.
Would you assess that based on your experience and having driven those roads, that's about accurate?
It's an approximation, yes, sir.
Fair enough. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer into evidence states number 18 and 20, entering to opposing counsel or inspection.
No, 18 and 20, they would have gone like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Ranger, with reference to states exhibit numbers 20 and 18, did you prepare these maps yourself?
Can you repeat the question one more time, counsel?
Prepare these maps?
I did not, no, sir.
And do you work for Google?
I do not, sir.
Okay, you don't. And it's fair to say that you did not do any measurements or anything else reference to these maps.
I did not, no, sir.
They could be accurate, they could be off a little, right? From your purpose, I mean, you didn't do any studies on these maps to say, well, this is correct based on this, correct?
I have not, no, sir.
And you didn't, for your testimony here, you didn't go to locations and time it or when your vehicle map it out in terms of hourly miles from one place to the other, correct?
I have not, no, sir.
No. Now I will object to 26, number 20 and 18, based on the fact that the state has not established a proper credit for the admission.
Okay, that's overruled. States 18 and 20 are received in evidence.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Judge,
Okay, Ranger Pettis, let me put it up on the projector here, if I may, sir. When we were talking about states exhibit number 18, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're seeing on 18?
Sure. State exhibit 18 appears to be like I said, a photocopy of a map. Appears to show the Bexar County jurisdictional lines that are indicated by red dots. The surrounding counties around it, the surrounding towns around it. There's also, I believe, a yellow star in the middle of San Antonio, and then also Six Flags Fiesta, Texas has a logo in the general area where it's located.
And Ranger Pettis, is the red line what you described for me when I was holding it up for you before it was introduced? This dotted red line around the picture?
Correct.
Okay. Let's jump now to the previously admitted exhibit and state exhibit number 19. What are we seeing there?
The state exhibit 19 appears to be, like I said, a zoom-in version of the same possible map. It's also got a red dot that's showing a location within southwest Bexar County between the towns of Somerset, Von Army, and Lytle, Texas.
Is it possible, Ranger Pettis, I have 18 and 19 both kind of juxtaposed on this projector. Is it possible to make out any major towns or cities near that red dot within Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
And what are those towns?
On State Exhibit 19, you can see the towns of Lacoste, Lytle, Von Army, McDonough, Somerset, La Soya, Elmendorf, Also on the same state exhibits 18 as well.
And let me point over here to the bottom left of 19 and the bottom left of 18. Is that Lytle?
That is Lytle, Texas, yes, sir.
Is Lytle outside of Bexar County?
I believe Lytle is actually within 3 counties. Lytle is one of those towns that has jurisdiction in Bexar County, Medina County, and Atascosa County.
Now, Ranger Pettis, on 18, I want to point one down here. Does that say Atascosa?
It says Atascosa, yes.
You were describing for us during the questioning, Ranger Pettis, that Atascosa, while called Atascosa, is actually in Bexar County.
Correct. I believe several, or Atascosa might be a dual county, just like Lytle is a tri-county area. But to the best of my recollection here, Atascosa is within Bexar County. Now, Atascosa is a town, which is commonly referred to as Atascosa County, which is south, but there, Atascosa is in the Bexar County jurisdictional map.
And is that fairly accurately depicted on States 18?
Correct.
Okay, now let's jump to States 20. What are we looking at on States 20?
The State Exhibit 20 appears to be a further zoomed in map showing 2 locations that were identified earlier. They show Interstate 35, which runs through southwest Bexar County into Lytle, Texas. Also shows the town of Somerset, Von Army. Also Farm to Market Road 2790, which kind of runs east to west in southern Bexar County, Atascosa County.
Okay, let me kind of juxtapose it again with States 18. Do we see the town of Lytle on both 18 and 20?
That's correct.
Okay. So both of these addresses inside Bexar County.
Correct.
Ranger Pettit, as a part of your duties in this case, did you also interview witnesses?
I did interview some people, yes.
Do you remember what witnesses you interviewed?
Specifically, I remember speaking with a young man named Carlos. They referred to him as Carlitos, I believe.
Okay, so specifically you recall talking to a Carlitos?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember where that took place?
I believe it was at the Fowler Road location.
Okay. And do you remember the date, more or less? More specifically, if you can.
It was during this time frame within May. I believe it was the same day that the search warrant was executed.
Okay. So that same day that the search warrant is executed, you spoke to Carlitos at the Fowler Road address?
Correct.
Do you remember if Carlitos gave you a written statement?
He provided a written statement, yes.
Okay. Did you speak to any other witnesses?
Alongside, I accompanied Ranger Peters and the other investigators while they spoke to several people, yes.
Now, you mentioned the execution of a search warrant. What locations was the search warrant given to search?
I believe Ranger Peters obtained 2 or 3 search warrants. One of them, it was the Fowler Road location and the Lucky Road location. And also, I believe you got a search warrant for a vehicle.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So several search warrants.
Correct.
Were you present the day that those warrants were executed?
I was.
And you just told us that, right? You talked to Carlitos.
Correct.
That's right. Okay. When you guys went out to those locations, do you remember what you were looking for?
Any kind of evidence relevant to the offense of murder.
What sort of things?
That would be any kind of ballistic evidence, biological evidence, DNA, blood, body parts, anything that can be used to commit the offense of murder. Also electronic surveillance systems, any kind of electronic data that might have captured the offense or to locate witnesses.
Do you remember if you found anything?
At the Fowler Road location, a pretty extensive search was conducted, and we located what we believed after the medical examiner arrived was human bones.
Okay, so some human remains.
Correct.
Where were these located, if you remember?
In the rear portion of the yard, within a burn area, I believe.
A burn area.
Correct.
Can you describe what you mean by that? What is a burn area?
Correct. This area was initially observed during the aerial surveillance in the rear portion of the Fowler Road location. It appeared to be a large burn pit, which is common out in the rural areas. People go and they burn things. Large circular, while on scene, just large debris fields that had been burnt. You can tell that previously there was active fire there due to the ongoing heat, the debris there. And also I believe there were some burn barrels, which are common 55-gallon style barrels.
A burn barrel.
Correct.
And what are burn barrels used for, as the name?
You're right. Sorry. I one time went in a Western store years and years ago, and I had tried on a hat and then I set it down on the brim. And oh my gosh, they immediately turned it upside down. And I went, "Oh, but you're going to hurt the hat." And he goes, "No. First of all, you don't set it on the brim because if you see his is shaped, so you don't want to misshape it. The other thing is they say you're dumping your luck. Don't dump your luck." So, yes, but they live with that hat. That is one of their defining parts of their uniform. And if you notice when he stands up, he's got some kick butt belt buckle and a holster made out of a very
What is a burn barrel used for?
specific to the Texas Rangers.
Well, I mean, a barrel can be used for numerous things, but in prior investigations, I've seen 55-gallon style barrels used to burn items. Also to storage items, liquids, or any other kind of debris.
And that's where the what was believed to be the human remains, the bones, were located.
I can't tell you exactly where they were located, but I believe, like I said, something was located there.
Okay. Were you able to recover any shell casings?
Personally, I did not recover. I believe some fire cartridges were located.
Okay. And do you remember the caliber of those shell casings that were recovered?
They were smaller caliber, I believe 25 caliber.
Okay.
Also, those brims, those hats are custom fit.
At some point, while the search warrant was being executed, do you remember if you or Ranger Peters were notified of any vehicles that were arriving to the area?
I'm not sure if it was during the process of the search warrant or prior to executing the search warrant, but we were notified of the suspect vehicle involved in the investigation, yes.
Let me ask you that, Ranger Pettis. At this time that the search warrant was applied for and granted, was there a suspect or a person of interest that law enforcement might have been looking for or looking at?
Correct. There was I guess you'd say suspect. There was a suspect and there was a suspect vehicle that was associated with the criminal investigation.
And do you recall what that vehicle was?
I believe it was a maroon GMC Yukon, or a larger style SUV. Older model, wasn't fairly new.
And what about the suspect? Do you recall who that was?
Correct.
Who was that?
It was a young man named ANDRES, and I might say the last name Tarnava.
Okay. So Andres Tarnava, red GMC style Yukon.
Correct.
Okay. And you were telling us that at some point, you don't remember if it was before the execution of the warrant or during, you received information that that person and that vehicle had been spotted?
Correct.
Did the Rangers give any orders or send out any calls as to what should happen to that vehicle?
We were working in conjunction with multiple agencies. And this information was shared with all agencies involved. And the patrol units, I believe they might have been a specialized unit within the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. We had surveillance within the area. So the vehicle was not at the location, I believe. The vehicle was located. And I believe a probable cause traffic stop was conducted on the vehicle.
Did you ever personally make the location of that traffic stop?
Eventually, I ended up going to the traffic stop location, yes.
Did you have occasion to talk to any deputies that were involved in that stop?
I briefly spoke with some deputies at the traffic stop location, yes.
Do you remember their names?
One of the deputies was Deputy Garza. I can't remember the first names, but another one was Deputy Kalunga. And I think I don't recall the third deputy. I want to say there was 3 deputies there.
Fair enough. When you arrived, was the suspect, Andres Tarnava, present at the traffic stop?
He was.
Did you have occasion to talk to him at that time?
I don't recall if I went to introduce myself and speak with him.
But you do remember seeing him there?
I believe he was detained in the back of a police car, yes.
Do you know if Andres Tarnava was transported anywhere from that traffic stop?
He was.
Where was he transported to?
He was taken to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office located at 200 North Comal.
Here in Bexar County?
That's correct.
Okay. While that was going on, what did you do after that happened, after he was taken?
After they relocated Andres from the traffic stop location, I went back to, I want to say it was the Fowler Road location, and I was tasked by Ranger Peters to do numerous things out there, execution of the search warrant.
Did you ever go out to the Lucky Road location?
Eventually, I think I did go out to the Lucky Road location.
That same day?
I don't recall if it was the same day because this was a multi-day operation, I believe.
Okay, what about you told us that a search warrant was acquired for the search of the vehicle.
Correct.
Was that the same day?
I believe the vehicle was transported to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, and I believe a brief search of the vehicle was also conducted that day.
Did the Rangers partake in this search, to your knowledge?
Yes, the Rangers did. Like I said, it was multiple agencies, but we were involved in the search of the vehicle as well.
And again, what were you trying to locate?
Any kind of evidence pertaining to the missing person, any kind of ballistic evidence, biological evidence to include blood, DNA, hair fibers.
At that point in time, based on everything that the Rangers knew, that law enforcement knew, did you have occasion to believe that that red vehicle would be relevant?
Yes.
And of course, we're talking about the relevancy towards the murder and disappearance of Marisol Klingelhofer.
That's correct.
Do you remember if during the search of that vehicle, anything of relevance was found?
I recall some abnormal stains were located, or some kind of stains were located in the rear cargo area of the vehicle.
Why were these stains abnormal to you?
Due to the location, and I believe some intelligence during the course of the investigation, were that the body was moved in that vehicle.
Did you see stains that might be consistent with blood?
There was some stains that were suspicious, yes.
And what happens during the course of an investigation when a ranger or a law enforcement agent uncovers, let's say, floor mats that might contain blood? What happens?
A further crime scene process occur, the collection of the evidence. At that point, depending on the lead ranger's whatever he wants to do with it, as far as process it there or send it off to a criminal laboratory for further processing.
Do you know if that occurred in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. But it might be Ranger Peters that knows more about that as the lead investigator, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long after you had seen Ranger Peters, after you had seen Tarnava in the back of the squad car when he was transported to Bexar County, About how long after did you see him again?
I couldn't tell you an exact number. I would estimate several hours due to us being tasked with executing search warrants at multiple locations and then the vehicle. It was at least several hours, I know that.
And if I were to throw out a number of 4 or 5 hours, would you have any reason to doubt?
That's a fair and accurate yes. I would say at least 4 hours.
Okay. And during that time, remind us what rangers were doing and investigators.
Well, we were doing a lot. After the traffic stop location, the search warrants were executed at both locations, crime scene processing to include photographing, locating witnesses. And then in this case, on the downside, nightfall happened. We started losing sunlight. And that can be bad for crime scene processing. So we ran into losing sunlight. They were large properties. There were several people at the properties, I believe. There's a lot that goes into processing a scene and executing a search warrant.
Was it the intention, or your intention, or the intention of the Rangers to go talk to Andres Tarnava at the jail?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the best way to ask this, the wait, the 4-hour wait, was that done intentionally as a sort of like investigative tactic or interrogation tactic or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Why did it take 4 hours?
There was a lot to do at both locations. On top of that, prior to speaking with someone, you want to look at the evidence that you've uncovered through witnesses or any kind of evidence that you receive or learn about during your crime scene processing at the locations.
So about 4 hours later, did you have the occasion to talk to Andres Tarnava in an interview room at the Bexar County facility?
Correct. Ranger Peters, myself, and a Bexar County Sheriff's Office detective eventually made it to the Sheriff's Office and entered the interview room.
Now you mentioned Ranger Peters was with you, and who else?
It was a Bexar County Sheriff's Office missing persons unit detective. I believe the young man's name was Arevalo.
Is it customary, Ranger Pettis, when an interview of a suspect takes place, for that interview to be recorded?
Correct.
And is it the practice of the Texas Rangers, when a suspect is going to be interviewed in custody, to read him or her their Miranda rights?
That's correct.
Was that done in this case?
It was.
Have you had an opportunity, Ranger Pettis, to review Andres Tarnava's interview video?
I did review some of it earlier today, yes, sir.
May I approach the witness room? Yeah. Ranger Pettis, let me show you State's Exhibit number 12 for identification purposes. Would you kindly take a look at State's 12 and tell me if you recognize it?
I do recognize State Exhibit 12.
And how do you recognize it, sir?
Due to me initialing and dating the CD.
Is this the CD of the interview that you reviewed prior to your testimony here today?
Correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events of the interview as you remember them happening?
Correct.
Short of some redactions that have to be made, right?
Correct.
Okay, but short of that, fair and accurate depiction.
Correct.
Has it been changed or altered other than in the way we just discussed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, Judge, at this time, the state would offer States 12 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel. To approach it.
Y'all. It is sort of an interesting case. I got to do this. Okay, when I hear myself talking, I'm not used to hearing myself, so when I hear myself talking, I chop in and out. I'm not used to hearing that. It's just, everybody's used to hearing themselves. I am not. I no longer have that part of my hearing. I don't even know why this case is happening. I don't know why they are not going straight into sentencing. I haven't done any research. I came into this case totally blind. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. Interesting. Really appreciate this. Let me do this for a second. Really appreciate this statement. I love state troopers. They rock. Awesome. They are awesome. And y'all, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. It means the world to me. It blesses my socks off. We do this because we love to, but we can't do it without you. So we desperately need your, excuse me, your subscription. That is how we do it. So I am popping in and out because we are not getting a lunch break, and it is now 3:20 my time, and I've only had a little bit of a pastry this morning, and I am quite hungry. I gotta be honest. I am very hungry, so I'm going to pop out real quick and get myself something to eat. I just made a very quick thumbnail, nothing fancy. No, I need to put in here that it does have paid promotions or some sponsorships. I am editing. I put all my court feeds as not meant for children because everything we cover is court related. It's not meant for children. And I got dinged today with YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. They showed a picture. I don't know what the picture is. So,
Exhibit 12 is
no.
received in evidence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the dilemma. As you know, there's about 4 hours of silence on this evening, as well as about an hour, hour and a half of talking. That would take us substantially past 5 o'clock this evening. So there's just some decisions to make how we handle that logistically for you guys, like fast forwarding and stuff like that, although, you know, it is in evidence now, all of it. That's kind of what we're wrestling with right now. So being that it's already 4:30, I think it's probably better for you guys if we don't cut it all up and do that, and let's just tackle it Thursday morning, all of it. Together. The state will put on the rest of whatever they want to do with this video, and then the defense will have an opportunity to cross-examine based upon that, okay? I just think it flows much better that way than to just show you a little snippet right now and send you on your way at 5. And there's no way of keeping you here till 10 or 11 o'clock at night watching the video and not talking, all right? So that's where we are right now. Look, you're off tomorrow, as you know. I hear it might rain. It might wash out what we have planned, if you haven't.
Okay, so that's it for now. You just give me a minute. I'm going to put on a commercial break, and I'm going to see if I can find the other part of the trial. I'll be right back. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Okay, guys, that's it for today. We have no more trial. I appreciate you joining me. Everybody have a great afternoon. And we will see you first thing in the morning with the Karen Reed. We will be catching up on this trial and the Wade Wilson. Okay? Thanks for joining me. Appreciate y'all so much. Appreciate you. Oh, there we go.